to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. You guys are tuned in at Northeast Online Qualifiers. This will be another good day for us. We are back again at round one and day two. We are bringing you the best of the best teams, and you guys are tuned in at the best of the biggest Mobile Legends 5v5 tournaments. And with that, this is Peachy, your host, and I will be introducing the casters for the today, the match one, Linville and Crux. How are you guys?
What's going on, everybody in the audience there? Indeed, me, myself, and Crux here. We're going to be casting the match for the first game. It's going to be Best or Bust versus Future We Trust. And, the first round, going to start us off strong. Maybe here going into the game, probably has a lot of expectations, especially since these two teams are from Meghalaya. We've seen yesterday, Meghalaya, how they played, and Gang was like absolutely crazy. I believe so. Might have gotten wrong with that, but yeah, Crux. How are you having a great day? I mean, are you having a great day, mate? I think this is going to be your first time casting in the Northeast Cup. So, how are you feeling?
I'm kind of nervous actually, but to be fair, this is all how it starts. And again, yesterday's matches, like you said, Megalia was intensely strong.
Yeah,
Not gonna lie, I expect way better this time. I'm in for like the long run at this point.
indeed. But yeah, I think we'll probably be going into the draft a little bit. So for now, Peachy, you want to say anything to these two teams, at least before we start off the queues?
Yes, Linwell, I do believe both of the teams are strong enough, and but fortunately, this is MOBA 5v5. As we all
Yeah.
know, that there's only going to be one winner. So let's just see who is going to be. But before that, don't forget to download MOBA 5v5 because you guys can get a lot of free skins, and there are multiple events going on right now. The Dugati events is up as well, so do make sure you are participating. With that, let's dive into the draft. Crux and Linville.
Indeed. Oh, yeah. And just one last point before that, ladies and gentlemen, registrations are still open. So any teams that wants to join the tourney, you can sign up for it and maybe stand a chance. I think around 512 teams are the max limit. But yeah, also one more side note, if you didn't know, there's going to be an online phase and a LAN phase for this tournament. The top four will be going to the LAN phase. But for now, we're in the online phase and we're going to go into the draft. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Indeed.
Okay, so now that the match has started, what do you think is going to be the best pick, best band? What's your opinions on the current meta?
Okay, so there are a lot of good heroes right now in the meta, especially at least in this current tournament draft standard. A lot of teams tend to offer a good XP laner as a start, especially if you're in the blue side. If you're in the red side, you take a snowball pick with either a meta hero in the sense of like if you go for a assassin route, you tend to take, I think, Vixana or some other XP laner that's very competent, like for example the Ruby that just got banned off. But yeah, in this case, I think either teams will be going off of the standard normal bans here, like the Alice alongside. Although Edith was pretty popular yesterday in the first phase of the tournament, a lot of teams looking out for that, and especially the Mincetar here being a huge counter to a lot of assassins might be, banned off here.
To be fair, nowadays I don't even see any of those gold lane heroes, the old OG marksman playing in the gold lane anymore. So again, it's all the gold lane heroes that's going to get banned this time. We see a Ruby, pretty dominant presence in the gold lane. Well, it's because he always freezes the lane. It's so hard to deal with him, unless, of course, you have a Clint. And, well, that's pretty much all it. Alice, Lunox, I think these are honest bans. Like, everyone's afraid of them. If you have an Alice and an Angela on your team, it's decimation.
Yeah.
I've seen a pro match, like, I think it was the FPL, where there was, like, Gatot, an Alice, an Angela as the roam. I think it was Yves and I forgot which hyper, but I think it was Nolan. But that damage, the sustain, it was impossible to deal with. Like, no, it was not a Nolan. It was an Alpha. It was such a decimating match. It was just a snowball throughout the game. Like, damn.
Yep.
And then again, all that aside, the sustain, the gold lane meta aside, we have Su Yu getting banned. Pretty strong hero. That first skill gives that intense. No, not intense. That one instant of immunity. I've literally avoided Harley's ultimate just by using the first skill. Zushin, a pretty common ban. Well, not in the pro scene, but in every ranked game. Nobody wants to be played around like he was a basketball. Talking about basketball, the NBA star Phoveus gets banned. What's your thoughts on this?
Very strong bans coming in from both teams, but this does leave certain heroes open, like namely the Hylos, the Evid, and even the Arlott here in some scenarios are taken up by these teams here. And you know what the difference is? Like earlier mentioned, these huge tanky frontliners who also deal a lot of damage, like the Angela and Alice combo. You can get the anti-heal item at some point, but by that time, it's already 5 minutes into the game, and that early team fight. Usually, if a lot of teams tend to risk a lot of resources in that, and if you lose that one, the flow of teams usually tend to downtrodden, but I'd say it all in all, it's just in the game, the mindset. But this is a qualifier round, so it's going to be a best of one, and they do need to pull their best for this situation. If you get knocked out early on, it's going to be over. But for now, Lord Kaido picking up that chip.
Lord Kaido picking up that chip is only going to mean one thing. It's going to be the Avengers Endgame moment where Doctor Strange comes up, brings a bunch of portals, brings out all of his allies, and damn, it's just going to be a massacre right there. Unless, of course,
Indeed.
Team may actually take Carmilla to counter that. Now, that's going to be a really good option. Especially with the chip immobilized. Chip just got an immobilize on the ultimate, by the way. It's intense. Like, imagine you're not just slowed anymore, you're immobilized the moment that that ultimate reaches the pinnacle of its range. You're just stuck there. It's like a free Belleric ult? I don't know how to put that, but yeah, it's intensely strong. Well, then again, we see a Khalid. Khalid really strong, as always.
Yep.
Experienced lane, he can just pop up. I don't think he even needs a chip portal. Doesn't need a shortcut from chip, he's just going to be everywhere anyway. And again, an Aurora. Imagine her coming out of that portal using the frigid glacier. Bam! It's just going to be a it's going to be decimation all over.
And there's going to be a lot of damage, a lot of crowd control abilities, very meta heroes coming in from the blue side. Meanwhile, red team here with Strong Ling and the Harriet, as well as the Valentina here, possibly could copy the Chips portal in those scenarios. I guess you'd have an entire, as you mentioned, Avengers Assemble versus Thanos scene here. Thanos maybe, I don't know, being which hero in this case, but we are on to the second draft ban here for this red team. Going to ban off the Hayabusa in this scenario. And it is quite understandable since, you know, Hayabusa against Ling, usually they go toe-to-toe, like in this meta for that. And looking at both drafts, you take a look at blue team. They don't have their jungler. They don't have their goal laner. Ban's already on the jungler here. The Haya could go for a Nolan ban. In this case, though, red team side, Roamer required and an XP laner, Carmilla, precise ban coming in, and maybe even a Claude ban in this might work out. I'm not sure. What do you think, Crux?
Well, to be fair, I expected that Carmilla to get banned to actually counter that chip completely. I'm not gonna lie, the only other tank or roamer that could actually completely counter that chip gameplay is Matilda, because Matilda can actually give that immense amount of mobility to the team. But I don't think with a Harriet, Ling, and Valentina, I don't think they need a like Matilda. You get the idea. The only thing that they actually need right now is a very, very strong initiator. But so does the blue team. So they ban Mincetar because all of that mobility onto the red team, Ling, the Harriet, the Valentina, they can honestly be countered by that easy gold lane pick from the Mincetar. They're not going to take any chances. They're just going to be like, yeah, go to the ban section. Bye-bye. We're not having you ruining our game this time.
Yep, indeed. But even if you take the King's Calling with the Valentina, in that case it's just 50-50 because the King's Calling is a dash also to activate. It's difficult. Arlet here coming off with a ban also. Quite understandable. Arlet against the Khalid, sort of like a 50-50 until it gets abilities. And Arlet sort of wins the trade and prevents Khalid from roaming that frequently, which is the plus point in having a Khalid. You do have the passive for being almost everywhere around the map, as you did mention, with the chip is quite feasible. But we have certified Big D here with the Tigreal. It's going to be quite powerful in those team fights, especially if everyone comes through the portal. I think he just could camp that spot.
To be fair, I'd expect that Valentina to copy that Frigid Glacier every single time. It's always going to be 777's ultimate being stolen instantly the moment that he's been seen on the map. Valentina's just going to come there. Frigid Glacier, ta-ta, bye-bye. It's honestly going to be chip engaging, Tigreal following up, Valentina following up, and maybe an Aurora following up. But I don't think they actually would be able to because Bling will always be on that Aurora. Then again, a Bane jungle. Do we see that?
Yeah, a lot of crowd control abilities here coming from blue side. especially with Nom Nom on the Argus. That's quite unconventional here. XP laner from red team could be huge in this case. Wait, no, Nom Nom's on the goal lane. Hang on. Argus versus Harriet. This is going to be quite something, I'd say. The red team, though, hovering over the rod possibility, a lot of choices. Still, what's open in the meta pick right now for XP laner? Maybe the Dragon Yuzhong here could be a viable option. Still hard to position though. But Edo here is going to lock in that show. I'm interested to see some kicks here to be delivered towards the side of the red team, towards the side of the blue team. But Crux, before that, which lineup do you think has the best opportunity to win this game?
I'm going to go against all of my moral code and gonna say red team has the advantage, even though, to be fair, not everyone knows this, but Argus is my main hero. I have like
Oh,
matches within 78% win rate. I play that guy religiously. Religiously is doesn't cut it. But yeah, I play him so religiously. I want to support the blue team, but no, I'm just
yeah.
gonna put my faith in the blue team.
Oh,
right,
no.
the red team right now.
Well, you're betraying all the Argus mates out there, but yeah, gotta wait out for. Yeah, gotta wait out and see what the scenario unfolds here for both teams. Still loading in the draft though, so looking at both the spells also, it's looking pretty balanced. But we are on to the land of down, ladies and gentlemen. Both teams marching down the lanes. Possibly could have a fast rotation here coming from blue side onto the blue buff. And meanwhile, the red side here. Red buff starting off, I guess, going to meet up in the goal lane. Although August versus Harry is going to be quite interesting, as well as this Khalid versus Cho. Cho going for an early cut. Edo, no, never mind, giving a vision here. And taking care of the rest of the rotations here. Not going to go back forward, though. Khalid here, going to get spotted out. Chip also engaging, not going to find anyone. And both teams, I guess, just going to wait for the levels to set up.
To be fair, they actually need to. A Tigreal rotating to the top lane to take that Khalid might actually result in nothing. But let's see, because Chip and Aurora are giving vision onto the blue buff on the enemy side. Like I said,
Yep.
Khalid is going to tank that like a champ, gonna escape. There's not much to see here when that dude is picking the most strongest fighter on the EXP lane right now, at least on the professional scene. And again, credits to Frito because of his amazing gameplay on the Khalid that one match, the Masters tournament.
Indeed. I think it's still in the live though. You guys can check that out if you want to. But for now, red team here, rotates coming out in bot lane. Gonna get spotted out here. Bane has the level 4 low. Kaido wants to go in. Doesn't find an opportunity there. This is the problem with the initiation. Neon here, a little bit on range. Not gonna be able to sustain there. Goes back forward. 777, low on HP. Has to wait for the rest of his team. Khalid is here with the rotations there. Doesn't look like red team wants to go on the engage. Tigreal on the bot line still. And the turtle going to be spawning up, but Tigreal here going on aggression with the Argus, and Harriet does have the chrono dash, tries to go in. Nom Nom so low on HP, still surviving. How is he still alive? Very unfortunate. Chip here coming to the re-engage though. Turtle going to be started off by Leng here, and BM with the ready on the go, or the retribution. Gonna get spotting out Lord Kaido here as Joe Edo is still in the top lane being zoned out. The rest of the blue team here, blue team walking on forward. Let's go with the flicker combo, but not going to be landing. Lord Kaido getting the turtle with the retribution. Deli catch, Frigid Razor coming out, catching Tigreal. CBD trying to go in, but not going to be finding the level 4 to do so. Khalid also once again, but Edo here with Jikundo kicking the Khalid back into the turret, still alive with the Sunveil. And the portal being popped as well. But Lord Kaido getting a kill on towards Devil here. The first of the kills towards the side of the blue team.
Yes, sir. If you noticed, Cho and Khalid both are actually engaging onto the turtle fights, taking initiative for the team. But Tigreal, when he went to actually gank the Argus, he made a fatal mistake because the turtle was up and that was not a good chance for them to actually trade in one kill for one turtle. And again, we saw insane gameplay from Khalid. Well, Frito would be proud. And Chip is trying to zone out. Chip is trying not zone out, give vision onto the Ling. Ling escaped
Yep.
with a sliver of HP, by the way. That was intensely
Oof.
accurate timing. It was so perfect. I would say, if at all you had any bit more bad timing than this Ling, you're not going to cut it in the professional scene, guys. Megalia for the win.
And the Passer Bus starting off very strong with the turtle and the first kill. Future we trust there. Trying to go in for the bot lane side, but August here playing it passively, knows his limits, does have the level 5 there on the go ready to forwards. And Lord Kaido is also here, but diving a Tinkerell is almost difficult in this scenario. As NBM instead rotates over the top lane here, Chip Polo getting popped up, and here comes the Tempest of Blades, but not going to find any Nom Nom here, diving in, very aggressive. Edo also once again, and the Deadly Catch is also being released here, and the kill going to go towards Boris, get cancelled. Fredo is in the stand lines here, praising this Khalid, as NBM falls another down once again. 2 kills for Besser Bus as the turtle spawns.
Yep. And Harriet got a bit of the gold shield from the tower. And again, both the fighters, Lead and Cho, go for the Thunderbelt. That's intensely questionable, Cho. I don't know. For Cho, I play Cho and I only build damage. I think I might actually be underlying, troll that goes around killing people with a one-hit
Yep.
build. But yeah, the team fight in the turtle area is going to start right now. Hopefully, I see the Ling stealing the turtle. But
Indeed.
Tigreal doing a good job.
Oof, and BM going to get spotted out. Plimps of Blades coming up very early on, and that's the flicker combo by Valentina. Lord Kaido though gets the retribution and the kill onto us, and BM as Khalid gets a double kill onto Misery and Devil as the rest of Team Future We Trust falls back. 2 members left, CBD and Edo on the mid lane here. Blue buff also being invaded. Lord Kaido diving into the blue buff and gonna push forwards to the bot lane side here as Nom Nom takes down the turret. Future We Trust not looking that great right now as Besser Bus is about to bust, I guess. Yeah.
To be fair, their future seems a little bleak right now because that Khalid, the Frito fan, is right there to actually assert the dominance, even though the Tigreal got that Bane. Chip almost escaping with a sliver, like half of his HP. Gets pulled in with the Sacred Hammer, but it's all alright because Chip can run away in an instant. Then again, back to that whole team fight, going to be honest with you, even though Tigreal got in the implosion onto the Bane, that Khalid's engage with his ultimate just put that nail in the coffin for the Ling and the Harriet, because honestly, that was such a well-timed flicker ultimate. I cannot begin to express how impressed I am.
Indeed. And we might just see one here in the top lane side, although Khalid tried to go in, zone out the rest of the side FWT. As Besser Bus here taking control over the top side here. Cho, Edo all alone, not surprised here. Might get ganked on by the rest of team BRB, but trying to go in. Khalid here spotting out in the bush. Edo zoned off. Rest of team FWT walking on forward. Conceal is on play, trying to go in, but the cat's cancelled by the Deadly Catch, and Khalid also goes for an unorthodox combo there, and instead there's going to be a reverse carded by the rest of the team. FWT has shut down by the Tigre onto that. Jikundo coming in with the Dragon as well. Visery here getting a kill onto Kaido as Portal. Everyone's here. Avengers are ready as the rest of the team BRB backs off forwards. But FWT here getting 2 kills. Not going to commit fully after that team fight.
Of course not, because that implosion, even though it was cancelled by the Deadly Catch, it was a nail in the coffin for the Bane. Chip goes he's down. He goes down for the count. Insane gameplay from Ling and Harriet, chasing him with all those dashes. Chip had no chance, even if he had to run. Would they be able to get the turtle this time? Because they have lost 2 turtles all this match.
And the implosion there coming in and perfectly landed with a combo, as well as the blades dropped in with the cleave. But the rest of the team FWT here not be able to fully commit. NBM does get the kill onto 777 though. However, 2 kills forwards, 2 wires get cancelled. This Khalid is quite a menace to FWT as he's just so tanky and he just does so much damage.
It was a 2-for-3. It was such a okay. It was such a good team fight. I was trying to keep up. I did keep up, but it was so interesting not to actually see the fact that Ling almost escaped from the Argus. I wanted the Argus to get that kill, but he got the assist because Khalid wanted that triple kill, and he got the triple kill. Show kicking him into the
Oh
tower
my.
with the Way of the
Yeah.
Dragon. Khalid has no chance to escape
Clean.
that. Gets caught with such a basic combo without even the flicker. I'm gonna be honest with you. How do you expect how do you expect to be caught without a flicker on the show?
Well, slightly underestimated, maybe. I don't know. Caught in the middle of nowhere here. 4 members of BOB ready here for the revenge. Deadly catch, though, not going to be landing. Instead, turret's going to be prioritized. Nom does finish it off with the deadly catch as well. Their FWT here going for a split instead. 3-1-1 composition. Harriet here in the middle lane, and was Ling does get the bot lane turret, though. Lord Kaido zoning off, trying to go for a taker, perhaps now getting the lethal in this case. And the rest of the members here looking for an engage, possibly. Might just go on to the ship. No, gonna dashing out quite in an instance there. CVD not going to be fully committing. Does look for the big implosion. Perhaps there, Khalid might just be catching Cho here. Doesn't go for it. And the rest of team FWT trying to go in. No, Lord is going to be spawning in a matter of few seconds.
Well, from a 19,000 to 15,000 gold difference, they actually caught up, and it's just a 1,000 gold difference. The team on the red side, I'm actually rooting for you. Try a little bit more into that team fights. The Valentina has so much value. I would say he's bringing in the value without any shadow of the doubt. But there is also that tower difference. But
Yeah,
Argus
but
barely escaped with that demonic arm. He barely escapes that implosion combo from that 3 people. I'm gonna be honest with you. Even if the pushing is going on, Bane can't really do much. He gets caught.
But NBM here trying to go in and gets the kill. A lot of damage coming in. 3 members committed fully though, FWT here. Khalid trying to get a trade-off, but it's a bit too late. Just might get caught in a stray bullet. The rest of members, FWT trying to go in perhaps 5v4 right now. Turtle spawning in. Rest of the members of BOB are prepared. Edo going to be the first one to scout it out. Trying to go and get the Aurora, but flickers out. Chip is going to be alone here. Trying to deal a bit of damage with the Chrono Dashes. Harriet there. Small Force still active. Does destroy the portal. Rest of members of BOB here trying to re-engage. Perhaps, never mind. 3 of them are present. August though gonna go for a split push in this scenario. The lead is struggling a little bit. A lot of crowd control. Billy is coming in, and NBM gonna shred him down. There comes the Tempest of Blades. Aurora passive gonna be proccing it, but gets taken down once again. As Lord Kaido being the only frontliner here. Chip trying to provide a bit of support. Definitely does go down to that case, but NBM finish off Lord Kaido. It's only the Chip left, and NBM trying to go for damage. No, never mind. Goes back for healing up forwards. Nom is here with the re-engage for BOB, and it's only a Tigreal tries to go in. Nom does still have the ultimate intact and gonna get a retribution. No, not being committed. It's still in the cooldown. Does get the no. Wait, he doesn't get the red buff. Oh.
Damage from that retribution, like when you pick retribution, every instance of time that takes, you get damage onto the buff that you hit. That is what got the Ling the red buff, even though Argus and Chip were actually breaking into his home, taking the red buff as hostage. But then again, we can all see that Harriet, I'm going to be honest with you, had such a bad time in that fight, the fight before, where he got caught in the Frigid Glacier in the Zaman Force. But then, too, the deadly catch from the other side, he couldn't do anything. I felt so bad for him. Now they've caught up in terms of farm, and they have a 200 gold lead.
And the CVD trying to go in here. Does go with the flicker implosion effect, as well as the Frigid Glacier and Misery getting the revenge kill onto 777. There, Wave of Dragon bottom dropped out on towards the Khalid, but he flickers out of danger here. As August Nom so low on HP has to force back. 2 members of BOB here present. Lord Kaido trying to finish off the Harriet, and it's going to be successful in doing so. Misery taking down 2 for 2. Both members ready to engage again, but it's just going to be NBM forward side of the FWT as Nom once again dashes up forward, tries to finish him off, but the mobility from the Ling allows him to escape So Lord gonna be started off there by your side BRB here. Enhanced Lord might add Retribution. Not gonna be ready yet to be rushed for this Lord. Edo here being chunked down a little bit, does use the flicker to try to connect, but not going to find anything. NBM also, Kaido here with the deadly catch, Lord with the 1 bar of HP, Implosion coming in with the Tempest of Blaze, and NBM is going to finish off the Lord as shut down though, as BLB gets 3 kills in the trade process. Well, FWT does get the Lord in that scenario.
Well, even if a Luminous Lord is lost, the enemies on the red team don't really have a chance to push it because Argus is right there to take it down. And Chip engages on the Harriet using the shortcut. Do you think everyone's gonna come in?
Perhaps no. I mean, they are already present in that part of the map, but I believe that was a bit of an aggression to sort of get misery in that case. But Devi here being chunked down a little bit. Turret going to be taken down by Lord Kaido there. POB. Rest members still present on the aggression. Has to clear out these enhanced minions from both sides. As Khalid here instead goes for a top lane push, not be answered by FWT. Most of them are present in the bot lane. They're going to be rotating off early on. Conceal, I think, still in cooldown here. Tigreal trying to go in there. Flicker, ready. Conceal impact. But the Deadly Cash pushes him back forwards. Tigreal trying to go in, but so low in HP. Has to force the Flicker here to escape. As the Frigid Glacier does come out. Cho also trying to find a pick somewhere else, but not going to be connecting. As both members here are just tussling, just trading off skills for skills, and there's not really any kills happening.
To be fair, I would expect the Valentina to copy the Deadly Catch. Now, Deadly Catch has a high scaling onto the magic side, by the way, just so people don't realize how dangerous that is as a magic damage build. Just decimates teams. Imagine a Valentina just popping her ultimate that is a Deadly Catch copied. I am you copying the Deadly Catch, and then coming in with the engage on the not Valentina, the Aurora.
Yeah.
That will be an instant death sentence for them.
Indeed, especially since most of the members of FWT here are going to be struggling a lot, though. Never mind, Implosion coming in, 2 members being caught here. Varus as normal gets clean off the board, though. The Flicker with Dragon not going to commit it fully, though. She's going to get frozen. 3 Glaciers are coming in. Lord Kaido so low on HP. NBM does get a double kill over that trade. Portal also still present, but it's just got 777 and Venzir left, as Venzir is lost and gonna be taken down by Misery to the healthcare center, as FWT here getting a clean 4-0 trade-off.
That was hard to watch. I'm gonna be honest with you. Argus didn't even have time to actually, pop his ultimate. The Eternal Evil was not even used in that team fight. But because of that 4-0, they actually are able to take down 2 of the mid lane towers with ease, absolute ease. Aurora popping that complete freeze onto the Tigreal, hoping maybe Tigreal actually would get caught by the Argus, but nope, that's not gonna happen.
Yep, BOB here trying to stall off some engages, has to maybe focus on these crucial damage dealers. Instead, slightly difficult with Edo being there and BM there. Gonna get the Lord in that case. Lord Kaido being caught off there. Gonna have an implosion landed on 2 members of BLB here. Link trying to go in with the Tempest of Blades. Not gonna find a dash though. ZZZ still alive. Never mind. Gets taken down. Killing spree for him. Double Kaido as well taken down. But that's a revenge trade of Virus still in the front lines trying to survive with Nom Nom. Dealing a bit of damage onto Devi. Yes, he does get a trade off. It's just CBD left. Chip cancelling out the recall. And this has been happening again and again. Future WT here not being able to close it up, and instead CBD has to force to be back as the Lord is pushing down the mid lane turret, though if they're not on time could be in a bit of trouble. No, Minion's going to be spawning in perhaps here. Nom Nom is here with the clearance trying to chunk it down, and we'll be able to do so. That's another Luminous Lord. Can't waste for the future we trust.
Luminous Lord, I don't think has any value. He's just going down without even pushing 1 tower. I don't think the red team should actually be taking Luminous Lord, because the moment that they actually took Luminous Lord, Lane's buff might get stolen, but no, he has to pop in the Retribution to secure it. That was a good move. Khalid gets caught off guard by the Harriet Zaman Force. could not do anything with the sand veil was totally wasted. It's all right because in the end of the day, four people are there to defend, and all of them have insane ultimates. Tigreal doesn't have flicker. His flicker is on cooldown, so there's not going to be
Yep.
an insane, game-changing game ultimate from his side. But that's okay because they're able to pick off one tower by a one. That's all in the match's plan. It's all going according to plan. Chip
Oh,
is in trouble.
Lindsay here. Yeah, stuck a little bit. NBM gonna take him down there. Four members of FWT there present perfectly. It's just two of them left here. Three members of Team BOB trying to defend these turrets and inhibitors. Only 1% left there. Lord is gonna be spawning in for stat. There are four members. Try and go for engage, possibly, now denying some space here in the jungle. Lord is kind of swelling in. I do have some time. I think it's a little bit stale right now. Edo there, trying to reinforce on towards the Argus here. Nom Nom has forced back and dash out of the dangerous situation. Misery, they're going to clean up the turret. All inhibitors gone for the side of BOB.
It was such a one-sided match in the starting. The team that did the best is now on the losing side. Right now, the blue buff has been taken and the little creep has been left behind so that it doesn't reset. Bane is having a hard time because of how good they're all playing. I'm not gonna lie, all the towers. I expected the team to be able to completely decimate the red side's map. I thought the red side would not have any towers because the advantage of towers. Wait, they had six
Yeah.
towers, while the enemy team, the red team,
Oh,
had
unfortunate for Vinci, he is caught in the middle of nowhere. Mortality also being used, but it's just five members of FWT present there. Deadly Catch holds committed, and then there's the way of the dragon there, kicks Bane off in the back line, and Misery finish off the kill here, and August still alive, but not be able to damage or survive in that series. Tries to dash us out, but not gonna be finding that. Misery here cleaning up shop, where the crowd control abilities from Edo just being landed perfectly on point. NBM is here with the re-engage, trying to do a bit of damage on the turret here. 777 as well, but the Chico no flicker causes disruptions just enough for the rest of the FWT to get double kills here onto Virus as the inhibitor gets destroyed, and Future We Trust will be moving on to the next phase of the tournament.
Victory!
To be fair, that was such an exciting match. I was hoping that the Argus was winning. I can't lie. I wanted BOB to actually do something, but it's alright. Because in the end of the day, winners will be winners, and well, Arguses will be Arguses. Tears running down my face, but it's alright.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. But indeed, that was quite a turn of events there. BOB taking the early game snowball, as you did mention earlier, but they didn't do anything with that phase, especially, since you do struggle a lot. You have the crowd control abilities with the Aurora's Frigid Glacier and the Bane's Deadly Catch. Even the Chip Portal here sometimes works in those scenarios, but it's the damage dealers here for the early game aren't that quite precedent, as they have the Cho's crowd control abilities and the Tigre's Sacred Hammer or Implosion just was too much for the side of BOB to handle, especially in those grouped up team fights here, where the advantage is towards Future We Trust, at least in the surprise effect with the flickers. But yeah, unfortunately, BOB taking loss on that round there. Looking a bit on the stats and itemization here for both teams. For that, though, PG's waiting for us, guys. He's back here, and yeah, we'll have to take a look at that together. PG, how do you like them, and how do you enjoy the match? PG, your audio.
Am I audible right now?
Yes.
Okay, so that was quite an exciting match, I have to say, because the Chip, that Argus, and in Future We Trust, they actually managed to pick up the aggression to themselves. That was the biggest thing that they actually shown us into this match.
Indeed. And there's engages here, perfect implosions with the flicker. Especially, Chip got caught off so many times in those important team fights. The frontliner being majority the Chip, just, it was too much for BOB to handle, it always being down one man. I think August in a lot of scenarios did go for split push instead of those team fights, which did cause a lot of problems later on. So,
To be fair, I would say the only counter to a Tigreal would either, no, not only, would be either a Diggy or an Akai. Because I've seen dads and sons play Akai and completely make Tigreal like. I can't even imagine Akai being a hero that could actually completely make Tigreal useless, because Tigreal is the only hero with the CC, the crowd control ability, rated by Mobile Legends as a complete 10.
yep.
Now that's a complete 10, guys. Complete 10. He has all skill CC. And he was completely negated, completely turned useless by an Akai. Come on, guys. You gotta try Akai.
Indeed, very much agreed. But yeah, I think that'll be all for the first game of today here in the Northeast Cup. There, it was best or bust versus Future We Trust, and representing the state of Mongolia, Future We Trust moving on to the next round. And I think we have more matches to come in the following timeline. But yep, we'll probably be back after a short break. But you have anything to say, guys, before we go?
Nothing much. It was an exciting match, but there's going to be more exciting matches coming right up after this
Indeed.
short break. Ray, how
Oh
do
wait,
you
hang on. Download the Mobile Legends 5v5. That's it. Download the game, guys. As well as
Yes,
registration slots for the tournament are still open. We just had to put that there. Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll be right back after a short break. That's Crux Massive.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Hey guys, welcome back to another exciting match. We told you we would be back. We are back with the Northeast Cup, and it's round two, day two, round one, match number two. It's going to be versus RRE Zohunt onto the blue side and Kaizoku onto the right side. The red team is going to be Kaizoku. We're going to see some One Piece action here, guys. Get ready for some exciting Zoro gameplay. And we have on the caster desk the magnanimous, the most amazing Linville With him, we have the most amazing caster I've actually met, Peachy. Welcome, guys.
Thank you very much, Crux, for the intro. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it is the round one of the second match of the day. We did see the first match there, and it was quite the change in pace with the comeback there done by Future We Trust. And hopefully, we do have a quite interesting match up against here today with Ollie Zohan versus Kizuku, and both representing the state of Mizoram, which, if been quite famous and famous in this, it's either the best or the worst. But today, hopefully, it's gonna be the best. But yeah, Peachy.
And to remind you guys, each of the states will be representing one team and they will be qualified for a land tournament that will be held in Assam. With that, I am kind of excited to see the matches because it is Zohan. They are one of the top squads in India right now, but slowly they are climbing up and they are kind of actually securing that spot as well. So that is where these other big squads are actually participating. With that, I am truly excited. Crux.
To be fair, I'm gonna be excited for this match. I want all of this to just be like everything that I've actually expected from Mizoram players because I've played with Mizoram players and they're amazing. Absolutely amazing. I don't know where that meme comes from where they're like, you're Mizo. No, hell no, guys, do not do that because I have played against them. I can't tell you. I can't begin to tell you how depressed I feel after playing with them. And man, imagine playing against like a really good like Mizo
Indeed.
savior.
Yep.
Oh my god, I'm getting PTSD again. Oh.
But yeah,
Yeah.
I think we'll probably be interested to see what they have in store for us here. As I did mention, Crux here, quite high expectations here coming in. But we will be going on to the draft now and see what they have in store for us. But yeah, so far, it is going to be quite interesting to see. Okay, so we're into the draft here. Bands already coming in. Two bands done from both sides here. Zohan banning off the Kufre as well as the Alice in this case, but from the side of Kizoku. Banning off the Ling here, quite good expectations, especially Kufre is a hero who does cancel out a lot of dashes, namely the Harriet and the Ling, who has been quite infamous so far in the tourney. So it's quite understandable. Kizoku is still with the bands here. A lot of XP laners still open in the meta right now, and even the gold laners here with the magic burst dealers, namely the Lunox here, which is quite relevant in a lot of teams. In this case, it's going to be a Fanny here. Quite a lot of target bans here done by Kizoku.
Definitely, Lenuel. They made sure to actually read their enemies, which is highly commendable because not all the teams do this. So I'm really excited to see what they have. On the other hand, definitely the assassins are getting banned. Both are just like getting those respect bans in.
Yep, indeed. Very strong bans here coming in from both sides. And Zohan also does know the relevant meta heroes in the game here, with the Phobias getting banned off. Very strong damage dealer and frontliner for both teams. But okay, Kizoku, surprising Sass ban coming up forwards. But this is going to allow Hanny Pam to go for that easy high-lows here in the early game. And this could be an XP high-lows, this could be a roam high-lows. Pretty tanky, pretty relevant, pretty strong, and a huge force to be reckoned with, especially if Kizoku is not ready for it.
Linville, look at that. The first bans are already in Team Zohunt. Without wasting any time, they picked up a high loss. That means they will be trading out two of the possible good heroes. Look at that. They are just not wasting any time. The Aurora is coming in. And a Suyu, possibly. I'm really liking that Suyu pick. And I think that is a good trade against high lows. Don't you think so,
Oh,
Linville?
yeah, but it looks like it's going to be a Gato Kacha instead. Chiru here locking in the Gato. And with the Revitalize to be added, super toxic with our very strong setup here from Kizoku, especially a lot of crowd control abilities. You're going to be available for any place in the team fight with a Gathod. And Aurora is just Aurora in general, just so much crowd control abilities in hand, especially against close to mid rangers here, which we currently have the Hylos as well as the Edith currently being hovered. Could be a little bit relevant onto the Iridial, but Iridial, oh, that's quite rare. No, never mind. Jonathan, gonna lock in the Lunox.
Okay, these are some strong picks coming, and look at that. From the side of Team Zohan right now, they picked up every kind of versatile heroes possible. Played into the gold or maybe to the mid lane, the Edith onto the EXP lane, or maybe the marksman lane as well. So these are the heroes that they are kind of prioritizing right now. That means they do have the high potential. They are in the meta and they are dominating. So these kind of picks are actually expected from these kind of top squads in India. Well, with that, I'm looking at a Edith and a high loss, so definitely the high loss is going into the room. Am I right about that, Lenuel?
Indeed. That's going to be quite the powerful menace here. Totoro there with the Franco. Oh boy, am I interested for a Franco game once again. And you add the Aurora also in this scenario. It's just going to be quite toxic here with alongside the name as well. But the bands there are going to be missed out here by the side of the red team. Kizoku might be having a little bit of internet issues, or maybe is this a strategy? I don't know. Suyo, though, going to be banned off by Zohan here. He is a huge force to be reckoned with. You don't want to deal with Suyo alongside all of these huge crowd control heroes, which the current Kizoku has. The bans there are going to be coming in, and Moskov also as well. But here, Zohan possibly could go for a jungle ban in this case. Hayabusa is still open alongside the Bane. Or even, the X-Boar could be a quite menace towards this Hylers. So, either one of those heroes, maybe even the Nolan. No, never mind. Nolan might not be there, but no, Carry. Okay, that is quite a force to be reckoned with.
A Nolan pick, the teams RRE Zohan might able to pick it up, because I quite think that it could fit into the team comp as their jungler. There's this Aurora who can actually freeze you, but if he's able to dodge that, I think he got that. But on the other hand, there is this Franco as well. Franco with the hard bloody hunt and the Iron Hook as well. That there is this kind of possibilities that one man pickup is always there from the side of team Kizoku right now.
Indeed. And yeah, as you mentioned, it is quite relevant, especially since, you can get that level advantage with the Nolan. But against Totoro here, a Franco, we did see yesterday one of the teams pick up a Franco against the Nolan, and it was just a huge menace in jungle, which this case, can be answered by the Hylos and the Lunox. But, is it a illusion chip? No, never mind. It's a higher booster. Okay, that Loopy's guys here can lock in the higher booster with Prime on the 1-1 here. This is going to be quite an interesting matchup with Mila Toymoy here with the Alpha alongside Wind does hover over the Ixia. There are a lot of potential heroes to be picked. There has to be quite the target pick against this 1-1, because a snowballing 1-1 is just gonna wreck your game, even if you have Franco.
Definitely, Lenuel. For a few seconds, I think Loopsy guys actually had our hopes high that he would be going with the YSS spike, but looks like the Hayabusa will be coming into the play from the side of Team RRE Zohan. On the other hand, I have to commend that pick of the Bruno. Bruno against a Hayabusa, you had the last pick. You're looking at your enemies as well. You have a 1-1 against you. Is this the right pick, Linville?
Oh, yeah, maybe I'd say in the early game, they do lack a little bit of their damage here with Kizoku here lacking in that section. So most of the team fights might be oriented towards the goal lane side, and you have to have that advantage against the 1-1. Bruno might be able to shut it down in the early game, mid to late, possibly two shotter if doesn't have the win of nature. But in this case, though, it is quite a fair matchup. But before we go in, PG, which lineup do you think are you gonna be favoring at least for this game?
I am favoring towards Team RRE Zohan this time because they have the high loss, they have the 1-1, but maybe not so into the early game. We might not see a lot of action coming in,
Yeah.
but those pickups right there, I think this is going to be exciting, Linwell.
Indeed, the potential for RE Zohan here is quite strong, especially, both teams, they do have these bulky frontliners here with the high lows as well, the Gacha, both revitalize. So a lot of team fights are going to be happening, at least in the third lane scenario. But we are on to the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, both teams marching down their lanes. And before we go on forward, don't forget to download the game Mobile Legends 5u5 if you want to participate in the tournament, which, by the way, registrations are still open, and we have some slots here for the tourney if you want to participate. Two phases of the tournament here. But, yep. Buffs there, gonna be started off by both teams. On the red side here, blue buff, purple buff, high boost are gonna start with the orange buff. Most of them gonna meet up in the goal lane side. High lows, Jonathan trying to force out the retribution perhaps very early on. Super toxic, still hovering over that. Not, I think, lagging a little bit maybe in that case. Prime is going on with aggression. Totoro trying to answer back and force. Hook maybe perhaps not gonna be landed though. Iron Hook gonna be missing. Honeypan here with the engage. Not going to be finding anyone. Forced to go back here. Invades though, coming in very strong here by Jonathan from the side of RE Johan. It's just denying Toymoy all of his early game space here. Hook also not going to be landed, unfortunately. Retribution not going to be used here. No, never mind, doesn't have it, but able to take the red buff. Secure perfectly well.
The high loss is so content. Look at him. He's just going in with the ring of punishment. He's so aggressive, but looks like the first blood almost there. And it will be the Aurora picking up the first blood. It was an over aggression coming in from Team RRE Zohan right here because, once you're actually trying to bait out that retribution, he should have backed off, but I think that was just not the play that we Team RRE Zohan wanted to show, but looks like we got it. But on the other hand, the turtle will be spawning up. Right now, there is some kind of lead onto the side of Team Kaiziko already.
Yeah, blue guys here trying to make a play. They'll not may find the edge. Jonathan also trying to walk up forward. Doesn't have to revitalize. Both teams using up the spells. And Turtle, as you mentioned, spawned in. They are ready here for the engage RE Zohan position very aggressively towards Katakacha's side. Can catch him off guard. Super toxic also in blue scenario. But they catch on the Gatochiru here. Force it back off with dash. Dusty Mizo pops in the ultimate, dealing a burst of damage. Flickers out of the Alpha's range here. Honeypalm trying to go in. There's a Hayabusa Qual Shadow coming in. Doesn't commit the Shadow of Eager and goes back instead. Toxicity. Gonna miss out the hook there. As Jonathan backs off forward. Perfect zoning here. Perfect positioning by RE Zohan.
Definitely, Leonard. They made sure to get the river area control so that he would be, wait a minute, into the mid lane.
Yeah, I think it's going to survive there. It doesn't have full commitment. Passive procced, so that is quite a turn for RE Zohan here. But Jonathan is just so aggressive, right? He does have the level 4 Totoro also, but not going to be denied here. And I think just hovering over and just taking so much space here away from Kizuko.
Jonathan is definitely over aggressive, like in those situations that it is not needed. But his zoning ability, his vision giving ability is so on top notch that look at him. He's already giving up a lot of space for the mates to come up slowly, rotating towards the top lane already. Hayabusa already in some kind of position, like he's trying to see if there's anyone he could catch off guard. But that's the role of Hayabusa. That's the thing,
Yep. Oh, but Iron Hook can be landed on towards the Bruno. And Prime getting taken down. Hayabusa here with the Ogi Shadow kill, but dealing a lot of damage. Not going to be finishing off there. Honeypam doesn't have the Abyssal ultimate here, Chaos ultimate to finish them off. They're so low in HP. Wants to go in. So tempted. Honeypam clearing off the lanes. Does have the ultimate. Trying to go in. Lobby's guys there in the mid lane here. Cutting off and engage here with against the Argus. Against the but trying to go in. Brilliance ultimate being popped, a lot of damage being bursted down. Win for the Jonathan, but Iron Hood back into the turret. Super Toxic getting a double kill. Kizoku here getting huge trade-offs.
The Butcher is definitely cooking. What an Iron Hook coming in into the top lane. First it was the 1-1, then it was the Lunox. Oh my god, that was a point right on, I have to say, Linville. On the other hand, another turtle will be spawning up. This will be the second turtle. While both the teams are fighting out for the river area control again, Gatotkacha is there for the helping his team again. Even Edith is available. This is, I really have to say, this is going to be a very exciting battle that would be coming
But
in.
Super Toxic there, getting taken down very early on. There's a mix down for the side of Kizoku here. 3-4 Gallagher's going in onto Jonathan, dealing a burst of damage, but not going to be finding anyone. Instead, going to be flipped by the Edith backwards. And Jonathan here struggling a lot, still so tanky. Edith there, going to be bursted down. Does pop the ultimate, but Loopy guys here finishing off the turtle on the side here. Mila Toymoy going to be taken down by Dusty Mizo as Clearlands. 5 of members of Zohunt here clearing out Kizoku, ready for a mid-fight. Prime still on the front lines, not really liking off, taking the blue buff, purple buff here. In this case, Retribution not ready yet, and the rest of the team, Kizoku, trying to cancel it, and instead it is going to go to Honeypam for a much needed mana regen.
Oh, I told you this is going to be exciting. Look at that, another engage coming in.
Yeah, very strong here, because pop out the glorious pathway, but Jonathan not going to be finding anyone in the side of the enemy turret here. And quite a difficult scenario. Concealed play though being unactive. Jonathan marching out forward with skill 1, trying to dash. Honeypam dealing a burst of damage with the Chaos ultimate, but gonna get hit down in the turret. Jonathan so low on HP, still survives, does have the revitalize. No, never mind, he was popped already. Prime here, trying to go in with Prime Gaming, dealing a burst of damage, but not going to be finding anyone. There's all members of the side of Kizoku gets in the turret, and the orange buff gets reset at the concealed play by Kizoku, trying to go and force Prime backwards as Honeypam still in that bush, ready for a disengage, ready for catching off someone. Possibly could be the Bruno. No, never mind. He goes back, and in the bot lane here, Loopy guys getting a turret. Scot-free, gets away with the quad shadow. Still mid lane fight here, getting Frigid Glacier being popped out here. Jonathan still tanky and healthy, gets hooked in the turret though. Dusty Mizo gets taken down, and a precise ultimate by Gatotkacha knocks 2 members of the side of Zohan here, but double kill for Honeypam in the back line, dealing burst damage. Loopy guys perfectly on sync with the quad shadows and gets another kill. 3-4-2, still on the fight. Cheru, half HP, wants to go in, but Ryan here calls to back off as the rest of the members are still pushing on to his mid lane. Arizo and the quad shadow being landed perfectly, but not going to have the Ogi shadow for finishing off the deal as both teams reset after that long fight.
Oh, very long fight, Lulu. I was waiting for my turn to speak, but I finally got my chance. It was fight on fight. They were just going aggressive head on. Like both the teams want blood for each other. That is good sportsmanship we are looking at. There we go.
Well, it looks like they're going to go back in with Glorious Pathway and killing spree against Super Toxic. Prime here as well, but a massive hit by the Gatotkacha. Not going to be committed fully. He's all alone in the front line. 3 members. Kizoku so low HP, killing spree for both of them as Prime also gets the kill, but falls in the process. Quad shadow by Hayabusa trying to go in on the turtle, finish it off, but he's going to survive with half HP. Middle lane turret still being pushed. The rest of the members of RE Zohan gonna take the jungle and perhaps collapse onto this Lord here.
What a team fight coming in. Little, I have to say, and I have to mention how there is this Franco, there is also the Aurora to pin down that Hayabusa or probably the one as well, and they are rightfully doing so as well. Look at that trade. It was a 1-for-4 trade, not a good trade from the side of Team Kaizoku, but they are still doing so well. They managed to get seven
Yep.
kills so far, but looks like the Lord already taken into the hands of Team RRE Zohan. This will be an uncontested lot because right now Team Kaizoku they are lagging behind those gold even on the kills. It is not favoring them right now. At the max, they could actually do a very successful lot defend, or they will be losing other turrets. Losing those turrets at a level 1 lord is really not advisable, and they really should actually cater to that.
Indeed, very much so. The waves are going to be synced perfectly, at least in the mid to bot side here. Kizoku are trying to defend a little bit, but it's relying a lot on this Franco here to land those iron hooks. It's quite difficult there. The Holy Blast kind of coming in and clear out some of the minions here. Lord still strong and healthy. Rest members trying to go in this case, but Zohan not being able to find it. Frigid Glacier also being popped and revitalized. It's so tanky. Hanipam gets the kill, and there's the 1-1 with the crossbow tank bursting him down. And only 4 members left here. Minions there's the second wave here, pushing on to the mid and bursting down the turret here. Prime pushing on forward, and a massive flicker play by Dusty Mesa flips the Brutal to the backside. Wind going down here. Prime pushing onto the bot lane turret here is looking almost over for the side of Kizoku. As top lane turret also being pushed. Shieru defensive successfully. Jonathan trying to go in with the glorious pathway, but not qualified. There's a suppression here onwards by the Franco, by Hanipam. Shut down. And Hieru getting the kill, but goes back safely. Dusty Mizo with a massive knock up here with Earth Shadow trying to go in prime here. One of the only frontliners left with bursting down, but caught Shadow against Totoro finishes off the deal. Dusty Mizo getting the kill, but they're taking down the process. Lopi's guys finish off 2 members of Kizoku, as only 2 of them are left to defend this push being done by the other 2 members. It's 2v2, Zohan versus Kizoku. Lobby guys managed to caught Shadow, trying to go in on Toxic, but not going to be finding it. Turret being melted down. Inhibitor, is it just going to go down? No, never mind. Still surviving and healthy. Prime has to back off as the rest of members of Kizoku spawns back.
Prime is just jumping around with that 1-1, left to right, top to bot, bot to mid. Look at him. He was at the crystal like few seconds ago, and right now he's in the bot. There is this Franco lurking. He might be in trouble, but Jonathan is already up. He's trying to provide those vision. That's what a tank do, and that is what Jonathan is actually doing. He's good at it. On the other hand, that Franco, his iron hooks are on point whenever it hits, but it's like a very hit or miss position that he has. Whenever he gets it, he's just making sure to choking down those 1-1 or the Hayabusa or probably the Edith, but that's just not enough if Team Kaizoku really wants to win this, because there you go, the Luminous Lord already taken down into the hands of Team RRE Zohan.
Indeed, and here we're already on to 12-minute mark here, and it is quite a goal difference with almost 8 to 9k, I believe so. That's averaged out there. Kizoku has to defend this successfully. They'll match to land an iron hook, but onto the wrong target there. Frigid Glacier coming in, but so tanky, survives with the right eyes, and the glorious pathway is still immuning it. The burst of damage. Loopy guys gets into the back line and finish off 2 crucial members. 3 Totoro also taken down. He's gonna be a maniac though. Passive big props. Loopy guys not gonna be able to get the quad, and instead Turret gonna be finished off before the game ends, as Ari Zohan takes the victory, takes the dub over Kizoku, and moves on to the next round.
Oh my god, that was basically a maniac, I have to say. If the base wasn't taken down, I'm pretty sure that he would have gotten that.
It's quite unfortunate. But yep, It was quite an interesting game. Crux was watching along in the sidelines, and which team were you rooting for at the beginning? And in the end, like
For Kaizoku, because of course, One Piece,
the One Piece is
it's in the
real.
blood,
Yeah,
my friend. It's in the blood, but I'm sorry, man. They can't actually live up to
man.
One Piece. If
Yeah.
Loopsy and Dusty is on their backs 24/7, you have no chance. I'm sorry, man. Kaizoku, you did great. You got a great name. You got a great team. Better luck next time.
Yep, quite unfortunate there. So Hunter, second up, taking the victory, 2011, I believe so. And it was quite the spectacle to watch there. PG almost did have a chance to catch, because there are team fights after team fights, so many scenarios. And I believe at least Zohan there, they had the aggression from the early game in the start with Jonathan there on the high lows. It was just not letting any space to be given onto Kizoku, which, is the lack of control. Because of that, the Aurora and the Franco, you lack the punishment for the high lows. And if you're not landing those iron hooks, it's a very tough call, especially even if you have the bloody hunt there. The rest of the team, FRE, Johan, they're just going to come on with you. I mean, it's just going to be the initiation for the rest of them to start off. But yeah, that was quite the game to watch. Yeah.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon.
Hello, you guys, and welcome back to the Northeast Cup, you all. Thank you for staying with us during that short break, and we are ready to take you into the next match. Meanwhile, though, we're in day number two, match number three of the knockout stages of this tournament. Now, teams all over India are competing for a chance to, participate in that land event that's going to be held in Guwahati. And like I said, knockout tournaments. That means if you lose, you're out. Now, I'm joined for the match number three by two amazing casters. We have Ray on the desk here along with Smiling. Say hello, you guys.
Hi,
Hello,
Jinx. How are you
everyone.
doing?
Okay, so these two are going to be casting the game for you all. Um, so what do you guys think? How are you guys feeling? Right, it's day number two. I don't think you guys casted the day number one, but I'm sure you're excited for this time around. What are you guys expecting in this match?
I mean, we have two of the best teams so far, and this time it's going to be Nagaland players coming in. So, yep, I am having a lot of expectations coming in, and definitely it's going to be exciting because it's a knockout round. People just come in, they are going to show how they, you know, take over the victory to the next stage. So, yep, I am excited. And although we didn't cast yesterday, we did witness a lot of amazing matches. And so are we going to do right now?
Yep, and I'm also excited to be joining both of you tonight for Northeast qualifiers. And just like you guys have mentioned, this is going to be a knockout round for both teams. And so both teams have to put their best if they wish to proceed to the next rounds. Single eliminations always bring out the most excitement because this is where you don't get any chances. So teams will have to put in their best and we'll have to wait and see. And let's see what will happen as we'll proceed to the draft phase. I think soon enough. And thank you for that brilliant introduction, Jinx. And it is just a huge pleasure to be here on the day two of the Northeast Cup qualifiers.
So we're excited to start with the match, guys. Meanwhile, though, before we start, you guys can download the MOBA 5v5 from the Play Store. Make sure you do that because registrations for this tournament is still open. We want to see you guys play. And speaking of
Mhm.
playing, we are ready for the teams, you all. This is gonna be five Eagles versus the Upper Moon State, and they both are from Nagaland. So I'm gonna let Ray as well as Smiling take it away from here, guys. Good luck.
Yep.
Absolutely. And we are heading straight into the draft phase, both teams representing the Nagaland. And I hope the fans, as well as people from the Nagaland, will be supporting their respective teams as we are already in the draft phase. I have already mentioned it, but still, let's see what both teams have in their table and we'll be in for an exciting match. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am Ray again and smiling since both of these teams, I think this is my first time, casting for them. I'm excited to see what kind of strategies they will be pulling up for. So, what do you think? Will we see the standard bans, or there could be any respect bans coming in? What do you think, Smiley?
I mean, I have seen Five Eagle play in a lot of tournaments, but the Upper Moon, they have. But again, they are new. So, yeah, both the drafts look interesting. Mostly, they might just go in with the standard bands. But, let me just tell once again on the blue side, it is Five Eagles, and on the red side, it's going to be the Upper Moons. We can already see the ban phrases up. There is that Ling being banned. We don't want to see a Ling assassin. That hyper is a chaos, complete chaos. I mean, who is going to stop the link, the templates of blade just charging in, rotating the whole map at once, and making sure that no one escapes from that link's vision. So, yep, Link Jungler is a very strong ban coming in with that. We can see that Phobius was being banned out by Upper Moons. I mean, Phobius in the EXP after the revamp, he just goes unstoppable. That ultimate spam coming in from him with that vengeance, with that true damage, there is no stopping him. So yep, a very strong EXP laner. I do agree with that ban, but so far we can see a Zuxin ban. Although Zuxin had few of the spells resetted by the game because of she was not able to hold the mana, but after the recent patch she has kind of nerfed down. She has the team potentiality, but again, as a solo player, I don't think she can do much. But again, Zoshin is actually a good ban if I speak about it. So yeah, There is a Ruby ban as well. So I think so far they are going good.
Yep, and just like I mentioned, it is honestly the meta bans at this point, the Ling as well as the Phobius Ruby, they're all understandable, uh, contenders in the Land of Dawn, and banning them out is the best options for both teams. Very understandable coming in. And for now, I think, just like you mentioned, the Chushin, she is kind of a little bit of a nerf, but the lane clearing has been improved a lot. So I think some teams still face the trouble when facing against her, and they just decided to ban her out. And we've already finished in with sorry, we still have one more ban coming in from the side of Five Eagles, and let's see what it will be. Oh no, actually, they missed out one ban. It almost went over my head because I didn't pay. Sorry, it was my mistake. But we are coming in with, I think, it will be a Hayabusa. It is the Ninja Boy being locked in from the side of Five Eagles, considering this, there is a slight a bit of a nerf from his side because his animation has been made faster. So what happens now, if you have Wind of Nature, you can completely nullify the damage coming in from Hayabusa's Ugi Shadow Kill. That is why some people have kind of, lowered him in the priority, but uh, he's still a menacing foe to be facing in the Land of Dawn. So only time can tell because we have seen great performances throughout the first day of.
Um, Ray, let me
Yeah.
just pause you because
Yes.
one of the players just left the lobby, and we
Oh.
might have to restart
Oh.
this game because it's 5v4. So we'll just have to hold on our horses, guys, because we will be back with the draft phase. We will be back with the same teams again. Just a short break, and yep, we will be back. That was maybe a small miscommunication, but no worries because you will see these teams play in
Oh.
just
Oh.
a short while.
Okay.
Uh, I mean, that was a bit sad. You don't want to be playing a 4v5 match here. Not sure what happened with Upper Moons. I thought we started on time, but it's fine. Guys, we're going to keep talking about the draft for now. I'm going to ask you guys what you thought about the ban so far. We're going to let them change it up, but we have to discuss it, right? We saw some of the meta bans coming in, especially with that Ling getting banned out. The Ruby gets banned out. Zushin. Now, Zushin was the ban I wanted to talk about. What do you guys think about that ban? Because right now in the meta, I feel like she's really lacking, especially in the damage department.
I do agree with you. Actually, she is lacking a lot. Although, she might actually need a lot of support to, just go and use her lightning to, pick off that hero. It takes time at this point, and by the time she is there to, just lift one of them, she's already dealing damage from the enemy's side. And there is no backing out. So, yep, I think that ban was actually not necessary, but yeah. I think Ray, I'm not sure about the Terizla ban. I mean, I agree he is a strong EXP laner, but after the nerf, do you think he was, valid ban?
Well, honestly, you are completely right because the Tesla ban doesn't make that much sense considering the recent nerfs. I mean, some people do not even put him in the priority anymore, considering that the early game is where you shine the most, mainly because of, well, if you cannot, perform well early on, the enemy will snowball you. And once the snowball starts, especially due to people buying the Sky Piercer, it is really hard to sustain against those damage dealers. But at the same time, some teams know how to utilize the late game heroes, and they have, right now the meta also shifts. It's just a little bit of a balance because it is easy to snowball with the Sky Piercer on many heroes as well as many early game potential heroes, but at the same time the new bounty system, it is very beneficial for people that want to make a comeback. Once you make a shutdown onto the people, you'll be able to make the comeback. Not to mention Terisla is weak early game, so yep, this ban does not make that much of a sense, but I guess they do not want to risk the very tanky fighter in the later phases of the game, and that is why the ban could be coming in from their side. So I think it could be a respect worthy ban because some people do their researches, do their homework, and know what the strength of the opposing team can be, and that is why they ban it out. But only time will tell because I think we'll have a restart with the fifth player coming back in. Well, I apologize from my side. I actually thought it was a bug on my end that I was not able to see the fifth player, but then I realized it was actually perhaps some technical issue from the end of the player, and he was not present in the game. Well, it is Mobile Legends 5v5, not 5v4, so we'll have to, be fair with them. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, do download the game because I just mentioned it same. So I think we should be back soon with the technical issue be resolved, right, Jinx?
That is true. We're going to be back soon. We're going to wait for the teams to be back because
Mhm.
this we don't have an option to like leave them in the tough phase, right? They need to play the game. They need to surrender. So we're going to wait it out for the teams here. Meanwhile, though, we were talking about the Terizla ban coming in. You spoke quite a bit about it, and I have to really talk about it. He is tanky, but he lacks in the damage department. I think maybe in the previous meta he was pretty good, but I would have probably ban out the Khalid instead, right? That's something you want to be banning out. He is just such an annoying hero, especially with that heal coming in from his second skill. Um, we are waiting for the teams to come back, guys. Otherwise, though, what are you guys expecting? We saw the Hayabusa get picked up pretty quickly. Ling was banned out. Not sure if they're going to be banning out the same heroes this time around because somewhere in there I saw a Layla ban. Right, so we have to wait and see what they ban out this time around. Hopefully, the fifth player is back because we are excited for this match. But like I was asking, Smiling, what do you think, right? What do you think they're going to be going for? I hope they don't ban out the Zushin, but I hope for something else. I hope for an Alice ban, maybe a Harith ban, because those are some of the more annoying heroes you have to deal with in the land of Dawn.
I mean, I agree with that. They could actually have gone for Ruby ban as well. And knowing that Edith, we just witnessed her in the last game, she just went in and knocked off few of the enemies towards the teammates, and it was so hard to deal with that. So yep, I mean there are many ban options, but again, the ban first freeze of ban is very limited. You see, we get only three bans, and then we get the first three priority picks. That's the chance where but the teams can actually plan their whole draft. Like I always say in the tournament, the game is 20%, but the draft is 80%. So it's completely, how you're drafting out your team, how things work out. So it is very crucial first three bands because you get only six bands, and figuring out what you need, what you don't need. It's a very tough choice, to be honest.
That is true. Now I think the teams are ready. I think we can start it up. It was a bit of a break where we were sort of yapping along, but I think the viewers want to see the match right now. Once again, you guys, it's five Eagles versus the Upper Moon, and they both are from Nagaland, representing the state of Nagaland. We are ready to go once again into the draft phase, and I'm going to let Ray and Smiling take it over from here. You guys, let's start.
Yep,
Yep, we'll
guys,
take it
welcome
over.
back. Yep,
Yep, welcome
welcome
back.
back. Okay.
We are in.
Okay, you can go in, Ray. I'll talk
Okay,
after
okay,
you.
definitely. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. There was a technical issue facing from the fifth player of the side of the upper moons. We thought, actually, I thought it was an issue on my hand. But, anyways, we are back and the game was restarted. But, anyways, we are back into the draft phase again. Five Eagles on the blue side as well as Upper Moon on the red side. Let's see what they will be doing this time as the game is, good to go this time.
Still waters
Anyways,
run
we
deep.
I
Your
think we'll
team
see
is
similar
ready.
bans coming in because they have
I
to
am not
follow
the
that
only
procedure
one
except
bound by these
for the Lala
chains.
ban. I think they did that because they kind of realized that this game would be restarted, but still, let's proceed and we'll have like I think they should maybe speed run the ban section, maybe not. It depends on what they're deciding to do so, but only
Butterflies
time will tell.
born
Oh,
by thy
yes, they
team
will
is
be following
buried
with the
by
similar ban
lantern's light.
as before, and we'll probably see the Hayabusa and we'll have to wait it out. Until then, Smiling, you can say a few words to the audiences,
The
like,
hunt begins.
remember the
Your
thing,
team
like,
is
they
buried.
need to, they should join this tournament because there's so many spots still left. Registrations are still open. You can mention that definitely.
Yep, registrations are still open and people can actually still go in for it because it's still knockout round, guys. You have the chance. You can get your team forward and you can challenge yourself. I mean, you don't have to come in and try to go on the top. It would actually be a fun learning experience for you and your teammates to just come in and register yourself, knowing where you lack and where you don't. So it is a good opportunity. I do recommend people to join in, get your friends in. It will be a good communication. And yep, the bands so far are similar. But is Ghatotkacha, was he banned in the last phase? Is my question.
And nope, the Gatot was not banned out. I think they didn't, there wasn't any ban coming in actually. That is why I mistook that perhaps there was an FK disconnection issue on the team five Eagles, but it was the other side. But anyways, since everything has been resolved, we'll be following with the game smoothly. And this time they are going to be doing the proper bans out, and it is the Gototkacha this time from the side of five Eagles. Considering his presence in the meta has recently climbed up a lot, and people have finally understood the potential of one of the Indian legends, and so it is really nice to see to this guy. If you see Gatot Kacha bad like few seasons ago, people would think like you're maybe lower tier player, you do not like understand the meta, but right now people actually emphasize on the Gatot Kacha band because of how versatile he can be. He can play DXP, he can even go to tank, and some people even play him full burst magic damage, which gives him insane amount of regeneration, and that is something not many people want to face off against. So he will just be banning him out. Then Hayabusa being locked in again with the Khalid as well. And backing up with a point that you said last time, Khalid also, like I think Khalid and Gatot Kacha, both heroes currently are at the top of the meta of the explainers. It is sad to see Terizla falling down from his glory, but the throne is not always permanent. Other people take it up, and it is the Khalid being locked in again. Are you happy to see Khalid being locked in this time, smiling?
Yep, definitely. Khalid is a very strong EXP laner, and it's nice to witness him in the map because he just bursts out immediately on the enemies, and the fact that he has that HP regen gain skill also, it's so he is you are attacking him and he's standing right there on your face and
Yep,
healing himself. I mean, can
yep.
you imagine that feeling? If you're playing Khalid, it's like, man, I'm the boss. That's the kind of feeling you get. So yeah, the Khalid very strong pick and a Lunox mid laner. I do agree. She is a very strong mage. Although there was a time where she had that insane amount of damage, you could just push her to the jungle lane, mid lane, gold lane, and she'd burst out everyone immediately. So yep, she was nerfed, but not nerfed enough to like forget her in the ban phase or draft phase. She can still be picked and she can burst out the enemy so badly that they will be thinking, what did I do? But seeing that they have gone in with that Aurora pick, so Lunox is going to be in the gold with that Harith. So I think they are a very strong components for the gold lane. Come on, it's Harith. Who is going to
Yep.
burst him out? Definitely, it's going to be the Lunox. So they are a very strong competitors for each other. They can, burst out
Mhm.
anyone or anything coming in the way. Meanwhile, we can see that Aurora in the mid lane, I do agree, she is very strong. She can just go in with the, freezing freeze and just, make sure that most of the players are just freezed out so harshly that her teammates get an advantage, she get an advantage. So it's definitely a plus point, but we can see a Mincetar pick coming in now. The point here is I know Mincetar is there, but again they can shift him to the EXP as well as the roam. So yeah, they have a plus point. It's again based on the draft. They can switch him very easily, and the draft second draft phases begin. We can see that Tigreal is being banned out, Nolan is being banned out. Right now, Team Upper Moon is lacking a hyper, so it's smart that they ban out the hyper and tank ban, where both the teams are actually missing a roamer. They are limiting the roamer pool for each other.
Yep, they have banned out the roamers like two tanks, and with the chip ban, that is three tanks. I almost forgot the teleporting raccoon being not open so far. I thought maybe one of the teams would be picking him quite early on if he was open, but seems like both teams have different strategies under their hands, and they do not wish to utilize the double-edged sword that chip is. With chip, you can teleport five of your teammates, like, and completely make the game into a five versus one in any lane. But at the same time, there is an issue with chip. your enemies can also teleport with his skills. So I think many people do not, want to take that gamble, and many teams just decide to ban him out, and we are just seeing that. And backing off with what you said, the Minsitar, I think it's a little bit of an odd pick considering the place that he has in the meta right now. I think Minsitar is best utilized in the goal lane with the Trinity build. It makes him a really fast stunner. Like 1 second of his second skill, and you're permanently stunned inside the King's Calling. And that is why Minsitar is mostly played in the goal lanes. But I think some people also like to utilize his fighter side because, after all, he is indeed a fighter. But I think he lacks in that department because you cannot stun as fast as you could if you were in the goal lane, getting all that funneled, all the items that you required, But anyways, with the the ban phase already over, the tank's been banned out, and Aura picked on the side of the upper moons, and Xborg as well. And the side of Five Eagles are responding with the Vexana and a Matilda combo. I was low key expecting there could be a Carmilla combo coming in, considering the amount of, you know, combinations they could have done, but they're deciding to go with the safer option. It is the Matilda with her Eagle ultimate, making sure they can log into one person or retreat at the same time. There's only 30 seconds or so left until we see the last pick coming in from the side of Team Upper Moons. And after that, the draft will be finalized, and we will see what compositions both teams are running. And 5 seconds or so left. Let's see what the Upper Moons are cooking up with. Oh, I just mentioned Carmilla, and there we go. It is instead picked up by the side of the Upper Moons. And now that the draft has been finalized, which draft do you favor a little bit more, Smiling?
I mean, both the team look great in the composition, position, and every aspect of the map sense. But honestly speaking, I feel the Upper Moon might have a little advantage because they have that X-Bog in the jungle. Although Hayabusa is a very strong jungler, he is an assassin himself. He can melt them down, but he needs the farm. He needs some time. It is mainly depending on how. I mean, if I talk about the rotations, okay, Matilda, she can, take her guiding wings and make sure that the rotations are done pretty easily, pretty quick. They can go in for a lot of rombo combos in that state, knowing that there is Minsitar, Harith, and Vexana. With that Hayabusa, they have a lot of opportunities, okay? But the fact that Upper Moon has that Khalid in the EXP who can just burst out, and Brunox making sure she can burst out. She can actually even, make sure that Hayabusa's shadow kills are, just gone in waste with the light form. And Aurora, just freezing out most of the heroes right there. Carmilla with the Curse of Blood, Xbox just, popping his ultimate right in that Curse of Blood. They have advantage, but again, like I always say, it depends on the team composition, their fights, their rotation, their positioning, everything matters. So, yep, guys, we are in the land of dawn, and the game has begun. This is the knockout round. We can see two of the amazing team from Nagaland. That is going to be Eagle 5 and Upper Moon. But look at that! The team fight has already started. Matilda very low will be forced to use the flicker just to escape.
Yep, and she wasted her resource quite early on. Flicker is a valuable resource for the roamer because it is the escape as well as the initiation that you require in the early phases. And only time will tell which team will be able to execute it better. But from the early engages, it looks like the side of the Upper Moons is seeing in a little bit of a more advantage. Matilda really needs to play it safe because she does not have her flicker. I think she's playing way too aggressive, and she will be punished. First blood for the side of the Upper Moons who secure the Matilda, the first blood on them. And I think that was a little bit of a, overextension coming in. What do you think of that, Smiling?
Yep, actually, it was not completely an overextension. She was trying to get the vision, but the fact that Upper Moon had a very good positioning in the board where,
Yep.
they were just waiting and they knew that Matilda would come, they would wait her out very easily, knowing that the flicker was used the first time. It was very easy to catch them. But right now, Upper Moon really are in good position. They are still trying to, make sure that Matilda tries to stay in her limit. because the first turtle is up and we can see both the hypers are level 4. They are positioning themselves, but right now Upper Moon are in good position. They
Oh,
have been there, but yep, there might be a team fight coming in.
Oh, Hayabusa, he might have used the shadow quite early on. The Frigid Glacier coming in to 4 people. Vexana being taken down. Hayabusa securing the turtle at the nick of time, but it won't be worth it. It was the first turtle. The golden EXP wouldn't matter much considering the amount of kills they just gave out. A 3-4-0 trade, really pushing them back. And I think the gold will also, yep, 1000 gold efficiency, and it matters a lot. Many people might say, like, it might not, but this is still only 3 minutes into the game, and giving it out so early on, instead of, I think, the turtle, they should have prioritized on a pickoff considering they have the Hayabusa, but instead they went for a team fight exchange for the turtle. Only time will tell if that was, worth it or not, because in my opinion, that was a little bit of an over engage. And Matilda actually needs to know one thing. She does want to, give out the vision to her team, but she is a support. She does not have the tankiness in the early phases. Even in later phases, she will remain quite squishy because after all she's a support, and she needs to be careful of that positioning and make sure she does not give out those kills to the opposing team. Khalid with the 3 kills after the engage, he is a little bit of a fed up. He will have the advantage over the Mincetar on the XP lane, and only time will tell, as the gold lane seems to be the focus of the side of the Upper Moons, as 3 people are waiting patiently in the bush.
I mean, I like that they are prioritizing that Harith, because in the after the mid game phase, Harith is going to be a huge chaos. The damage he will deal, the magic damage he is going to have, is going to be such a trouble for the two situation in the board. The rotation coming here is so good because Vexana is lacking. If she's not going to be here for the team because the Curse of Blood is going to be used, they are going to try and dive in, and Harith will be taken down by Aurora. Man, what is Skirmish coming in? Vexana again is lead. And they don't realize this because it is going to be a huge payoff.
Yep, and the glowing one already being purchased from the, I think, Aurora, and the itemization coming in early because of their kill count. Oh, Hayabusa is looking for an engage, but I think, oh, securing the kill, I think there was a great communication coming in, knowing that the brilliance has been used from that Lunox and securing a kill onto their boards, as 1 to 5 score is still on that scoreboard. The side of the Upper Moons are looking for an engage onto that turtle. They are trying to make sure they get it as fast as possible, trying to make sure the Hayabusa does not have the opportunity to steal it, and this will be an uncontested turtle for the side of Upper Moons as they take it without any issues, and looking for an engage already. They are quite hungry. They know they have the advantage, the gold as well as the EXP, and even a few items. Oh, but look at Mincetar. He's trying to make a play into the top. The Raging Sandstorm coming in. Khalid trying to retreat as fast as possible, and I think he will have his second skill ready if there was an engage, but he decides to not make a gamble, and he will just be retreating to the fountain to regenerate most of his HP. And looks like the side of the 5 Eagles will look for maybe a top push, but only, oh, mid lane already. There is an engage onto Hayabusa, but he uses the shadow. Oh, retribution coming in from that export, using the last insanity and getting the kill onto the Hayabusa, and a jungler trading the kill for that jungler. Oh, even a gold lane. Oh my god, the side of Upper Moons are showing absolute dominance as they are able to take down their respective enemies. The jungler from the jungler, the gold lane from the gold lane, and things are not looking good for the side of 5 Eagles as they're sitting at a gold deficit of 3,000 right now.
Yep, that is a lot of gold difference because it's just 6 minutes and looks like Mincetar is going to be in trouble. He will pop his ulti out, but will he be able to get something? Oh my god, he almost tried, but nope, he will be paying down because that was 3v1 situation. Look at the way they are forcing in with the aggression. They are going for the push, they are going for the objectives. And Lunox just busted out that Matilda as well as that Harith. Man, what is going on with this map? Because there is no stopping of the Upper Moon. They are just going in for the kills. They are so hungry at this time. They're snowballing and everything. Even the mid tier is going to go down. Almost there with 0 HP, but Hayabusa might be in trouble. Not really. I mean, Khalid is low. Is this an overextension? Because Khalid right is not in position. I mean, there is his teammates, but really. Oh.
Well, I think, he does have the Sandstorm skill onto him, and he will regenerate most of his HP. And I think he is going for the tank build, so he knows that he will be able to sustain any damage that will be coming onto his side. I mean, we also discussed it in the draft phase. The Khalid will just insult you with his healing. He will just be sitting in his HP sand pool, and you will be dealing damage, and he will just be getting all of his health back. That is such a broken skill, in my opinion, and that is why he has climbed into one of the top EXP laners, and it's really showing. Despite the Minsita's great hooks, the great King's Calling being used inside the turret, he's not able to burst down Khalid, who's just way too tanky, way too sustaining for his side, and he will just be forced to sit inside the turret as looks like the side of the upper boons are looking for an engage into the XP lane because they already know the gold lane has been taken down and they are looking for an engage. Even the bot lane, Lunox using up the Brilliance ultimate soon, trying to get out of the way. Hayabusa might be in for a Ugi Shadow kill and a shutdown coming in. Great priority targeting from the jungler of the side of 5 Eagles because getting the shutdown will give them a little bit of a gold. And you can see the gold difference was around 5 to 4,000, I think. It has come down a little bit, but still not enough. They need to do a bit more of a priority targeting because you have the assassin, you have the Hayabusa onto your team, and you need to make sure you utilize him most by taking them down one by one. But right now, Hayabusa can only really target the Aurora, who also has her passive, and the I think we might be seeing engaged. No, Hayabusa is just trying to poke in, and we'll have to wait patiently as oh no, I think the side of Upper Moons, they are not patient. They're still looking for poking and anyway smiling. Like, what do you think for the side of the 5 Eagles should be doing right now? I think the Lunox priority works, but other than that, what do you think they should do?
I mean, there is a lot they can do, but looks like they are going
Oh
for
my
fight
god.
and
Oh my god.
Will be taken down. Double kill coming. That is triple kill. Will there be a maniac? Oh, that was a steal of maniac, guys. Come on, you should have just given it to him because he was so perfect with that jump at a very low upper moon. Really, dominating this game. The fact that they have a front lane pressure that Aurora, the freeze coming in by her is so perfect, so great. The first Lord is up and they're going in with that contest free. Aurora just making sure Hayabusa is right there. Not even trying to come out with that Carmela going in first. Will they be able to get nothing? No, they were just trying to make sure they stay in their turrets and not come out for that Lord. Definitely, this is the first Lord. It's not going to have much of advantage, but it definitely has an advantage. They can go in for the push. They can do a lot of things. The fact that Minzitar actually landed a perfect ultimate right there was so good. I mean, they tried, but the goal difference, the itemization is still lacking at this point. And this time, I feel like they're going to pressure that goal lane because that Khalid is farmed. He has got 2 triple kill. Again, Minsta trying to go in for that Khalid. Will he get that Khalid? Not really. I mean, there is no stopping of Khalid. Can they? He just healed himself up right there. Although Hayabusa is in trouble, the first Lord is marching from the mid. We might see a possible team fight. But the fact that Upper Moon are actually, making sure they're getting turrets as well as the kills, because the goal difference is just peaking at this point. The snowball coming is so good. Look at that flicker ultimate coming in by that Aurora, making sure that they are freezed. And Lunox going in with that light form gets nothing. So many flickers used, so many spells used. The Lord is gone, but man, they did try so hard.
Yep, the Aurora and the Lunox is just playing so aggressive. Like, they're mages, but they're playing off like assassins right now. They are heading inside the base with their flickers, with their ultimates. They do not care. They are just flexing their goal difference as well as the EXP gap that they have created through the sheer domination as well as their coordinated team fights, the Carmela's Curse of the Blood Moon and Aura's Freezed Glacier, just creating all the opportunities for the Xbox to use his last insanity to deal the true damage, and Khalid coming in with his Raging Sandstorm and finishing most of the enemies. We've seen them utilize this strategy multiple times, and for the side of the 5 Eagles, they are not able to have any answer back, any call, they are not able to respond to these engages. They do have the Matilda, but she's also getting frozen because her spell is in cooldown. She does not have purification either. So they're getting stuck inside that freeze. They're getting stuck inside the curse of the blood moon. And those things being repeating again and again, it does not look like a good thing for the side of White Eagles, as they will just be patiently waiting inside the comfort of their bases. But Hayabusa is trying to make a split push play, but it will be completely denied because the map control has went to the side of the upper moon completely. It almost feels like a extremely one-sided game.
Eliminators out and will eventually and surely take down the base. Scared yet? What an awesome 25-minute game this is.
Oh my god, it just went on forever. Neither of these teams wanting to give up, but finally the Tigreal can easily sleep down in the enemy fountain as eliminators pick up the win. And it also came down to the exact same fact where you just saw Nads and Sons trying to make a play over in that top lane, but it was just how disruptive entire ET played, and there was no one to protect Invoker as well as Breastplate in that situation.
To be honest, it's impressive how Invoker didn't die anymore, or how Breastplate also did not die more than just 5 and 4 times respectively. But again, kudos to Art for the patience. Kudos to Crisis for knowing when to be aggressive, even if he died, more than a handful of times. And to Lord Insane, who just died once. Again, 25 minutes, dying once.
And that is when his buff is being invaded, by the way, on the Fanny. It's actually just bizarre. At the same time, you could not stop praising his skills on that one hero.
It's impressive. I wouldn't blame him if he first picked the Fanny again. Like, if ever I ended up here with you guys and I see Lord Insane pick the Fanny first, by all means.
I mean, yeah, he actually did a phenomenal job in that. But again, both the drafts coming down, trying to analyze as to what happened in that entire game, they kind of had that one win condition fact, right? You want a big crowd control setup by Art and Legend if you're eliminators, and on the other side you want Doom to give you a big heavy spins that catches probably 2 or maybe 3, and then you burst them down. There was no other layering on top of it, and that's where I think so that in terms of draft,
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go.
Yep, and we are here. And what do we see that right now? Team Uppermoon are so highly dominating. They have the map control, they have everything. Although, again, Hayabusa might be making some flawless mistakes because he is up there doing what? I don't know. I really don't know. Because it is the Lord marching from the top, and this time this is going to be the third Lord, and it is a very enhanced Lord. Will they be able to defend? Is my question because this is a very, very hard defense because Hayabusa is there, although the 5v5 situation is here. The Lord is huge, and it's going to be really hard to stop them. The glacier will be used out. The curse of blood will be used out. People just going in the right form, making sure going in, and two people already down. Nope, it's going to be three people down. So hard to defend. Two people surviving. Will they be able to manage here? I don't really think it's so hard. So they are trying, and I don't think they are going to actually defend.
Yep, and the Nexus being taken down from the side of the Upper Moons. And looks like it was almost a one-sided game, but the game was dragged on a little bit because the side of the Upper Moons, they were, I think there was a little bit of a miscommunication from this side. They weren't syncing up their lanes, and the Lord was taken quite late, but they were able to take the victory finally onto their side. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, there was a few technical issues, but we are sorry for the inconvenience. But we are already back, and the match has already been finished between the sides of Five Eagles as well as the Upper Moons. And we can see on the casters deck, our host Jinx is already back. How did you feel about the match, Jinx? Like, what's your opinion on both teams' performances?
It was a bit of a domination, definitely
Hmm.
from the side of Team Upper Moon. But before we say anything, I do have to apologize to you guys. A bit of a glitch happening on, but you guys asked for Leo, and we showed you guys Leo. A bit of a cameo there. We showed you guys Credit too.
Cameo.
So we're just helping you guys out. We're just helping you guys out in the middle of game. I understand it was a bit heartbreaking, especially because it was a bit of a tense time where the stream sort of glitched. But it's fine, you guys. Victory goes to the Upper Moon side now. Complete domination, right? Upper Moon, especially with that Lunox in the gold lane, they just let her get fed, and she was knocking them down like they were bowling pins. What do you guys think, Smiling Ray? You guys cast the whole match. Like, what do you guys think went wrong from the side of Five Eagles?
I mean, the
Well,
Matilda was
I think yes, yes, Smiling, go ahead.
I mean, Matilda was there, but she was a support. The fact that Akumun actually pressurized on that Harriet so much, making sure it's not being farmed. That Matilda is for off guard. There was Vixana with the deletion coming from him. Her actually was not so great. She was in the mid lane while they were pressurizing the board. It was 4v2 situation. They needed members, but there were no members. And by that, the Lunox and Aurora were getting farmed so highly. I mean, at a point, it felt like Lunox and Aurora were the assassins of the game. They, just used their flicker to bait out the enemies, to kill them, to chase them to that death. So they actually were dominating so goodly, and the map control was so insane. It's just prioritizing the team fights, which actually mattered. And I think somewhere where Eagle were lacking.
Mm.
Yep,
Ray, what
I
are your
absolutely
thoughts?
agree with you. Yep. Was just about to say, like, I think the side of team, the five Eagles, they were lacking in the priority targeting, as well as I think there was a little bit of a draft gap, considering they did utilize the Mincetar quite well, but Mincetar on the XP lane, he was getting absolutely dominated by the Khalid, who also got a triple kill in the early game. I was also mentioning the Carmilla in the early phases of the draft, saying that there could be a lot of combinations made, considering there are both the queens in the game, the Vexana, the Aurora, and one of the teams could have utilized, and it was the side of the Upper Moons who used it to their utmost potential. Anytime there was a team fight, the Curse of the Blood Moon with the Frigid Glacier was absolutely devastating for the opposing side, 45 Eagles. And like, even if they were doing a good marking into the Lunox, it was just not sufficient enough. There was nobody being able to take down the Exborg and his Firaga armor. There was nobody to take down the Khalid even once. And with such, invincible gameplay coming in from their side, there was no question that the side of the five Eagles had that much chance to make a comeback, as they, even after 17 minutes getting most of their items, there wasn't sufficient enough damage coming in from their side. And unfortunately, they lost the game. But ladies and gentlemen, do not worry. Both teams are representing Nagaland. So one team is proceeding on to the next round. This is a single elimination. So that's what makes games so exciting. The Upper Moons really showing that they're here to stay, and Five Eagles will have no choice but to go home at this point. But you know what? There are so many more exciting games to come because there is another game coming in soon. And I think both teams are also from Nagaland. And I can't just wait to watch which teams will be proceeding on to the next game. I would like to mention one thing that I am from Assam myself in Guwahati. So this is such a big thing for me because it is going to be a land tournament and it will be held in Guwahati. So I will be there to I will be present as a caster, as an audience, or whatever, but only time will tell. But, anyways, the registrations are still open. You can still join in. Well, it can be that you can want to prove from your region, or you can just enjoy the skins in the tournament lobby, dear viewers. So, download the game and enjoy the anniversary rewards that are still going on. And that is it all from my side. And, Jinx, you can take it up.
True, you guys. So we're excited to see you for the LAN part, especially Ray. You might get to see him there. Might get to say hello to him. Meanwhile, we did take a bit of time, so we're going to go into the next match very soon. We're going to go
Yep.
into the break. Upper Moon Demons go on into the next round here. Meanwhile, though, while we're in the break, take the time to download the game, guys. Download MOBA 5v5, make some friends, and join the Northeast Cup. We're excited to see you guys play. Stay tuned.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and
Hello and welcome back. We are thrilled to have you with us for an action packed day of competition. Yes, guys, welcome back to the Northeast Cup online qualifiers. It is round one, day two, and this is going to be the match number four. So get ready for the exciting day of the game because we have thrilling raw knockout rounds where each match is a single elimination round. One loses and you're out. So far we have seen some amazing team competing each other. The fact that this time they are here to represent their state, so it is a very well gameplay coming in as the match unfold. Keep an eye on the standout player. One great move can change everything. Strategy and quick thinking will be the key to success today, so don't miss out on any action and download Mobile Legend 5v5. So the game link is in the description. Join us for the thrilling battles, unforgettable play, and a chance for you to vote for your favorite team. And yep, let the game begin. This is me smiling, and with me today I have Jinx and Ray.
All right, thanks for the introduction, Smiling. Now, Ray, I'm excited, right? It's gonna be day number two, match number four here. Divine Regime versus Tribal. The teams are ready, they're gearing up. But I do want to know, Ray, the previous match, right? Pretty exciting, but one sided. What are you looking forward to in this game? I'm sort of looking to, equality. I want to see them fight each other out, right? I want to see some brawls happening because Tribal better show it to me.
Yep, tribal exists in this game, and I'm hoping we would see some brawl happening in between both of the teams. As you mentioned, the last game was completely, one-sided. On the side of the Upper Moons, they were dominating the opposition really, really well with their coordination, and the side of the Five Eagles, they were not able to respond that much. And it was kind of a sad to see. I mean, the game quite dragged on a little bit into 17 minutes, I think, but it was still one sided. And, well, it was an enjoying game, but just like you mentioned, I'm looking forward to see an equal exchange, a game where you cannot really predict which team will be able to win. It's really, really exciting, and I'm looking forward to that happening. And we'll just have to wait and see as the both teams are preparing, and we'll be heading on to the draft phase really soon.
True. I think we're ready. I think we're ready to go up into the draft phase now. We're going to see Divine Regime versus Tribal here. Both of them from Nagaland, representing their state in the Northeast Cup. Meanwhile, though, Ray, did you say you were from Guwahati?
Yep, I am from Guwahati myself, living in here, so that is why I'm so excited to be joining and casting for this tournament in the qualifying rounds, because the LAN tournament is happening in my city, and I am just so excited to just see this happening. It has been such a long dream of mine that someday, Mobile Legends 5v5 would make these sports into our city, and it has finally come true, and it will be such a what I can't even express it in words. I'm just really happy to be part of this community, casting for it, playing this game, and with that, enough of me. The draft phase has already begun. We are seeing the chip being banned out. And what do you predict could be happening between both of these teams from Nagaland? Will be duking it out. And with that, you can take it, Tell me, what is your prediction? Will we see any respect bans like the Turizla in the previous match?
I'm not sure though. I was going to say the
Mhm.
Harith. I'm not even kidding. I was going to say the Harith is going to
Wow.
get banned out. And he does. He gets banned out as soon as possible. We saw it last game. It didn't work out. But he
Mhm.
is still a very good option in the gold lane, right? He's very, like deals lots of damage, can farm up pretty fast, lots of dashes in, hard to catch. He's a slippery, slippery cat. Meanwhile, though, another Ruby ban coming in as well. I'm sort of expecting some of the assassins getting banned. Maybe the Link, maybe the Hayabusa, maybe even the Edith has a chance of being banned out right now. We have to wait and see what the side of Team Tribe Brawl here wants to do. What their strategy is, we still don't have, you know, a way to figure out what they want to do. But they're going to be banning out the Fovias. So the ban of the Harid, the ban of the Fovias as well, both counters, right? What do you think they're planning here, Ray?
Yep, it is a little bit of an odd communication. Sorry, sorry, combination from the side of triballs, because usually you'd see one being opened, like either you're gonna go for the Phobius or you're gonna go for the Hearted, but both being banned out at the same time. Perhaps they are not, they do not want to give it out to the first pick to the side of team, the blue team, and they are just making sure they have their own, usually people make a strategy and ban out the heroes that could be a threat to them. So it is possible they are following with that. So we are saying, Harit, your predictions were right, and the Phobia's ban coming in, as well as the Vexana being banned out quite early on. Usually you'll see her being banned out like maybe in the second phase. So it is quite interesting to see both sides going for the mage bans, the assassin's still open. What do you think? Is it going to be, oh, no, it's a Khalid. Oh my god, what do you think of
True.
this thing?
I like it. I like the Khalid ban. I mean, I like the Khalid pick. Meanwhile, though, the Zushan ban, I would have preferred Aurora ban here, Ray. I definitely would
Mhm,
have preferred an Aurora ban because she's open, right? Usually we see the mages get traded off, the two queens.
mhm,
We see the Vexana get traded off for the Aurora. But here, Vexana is banned out, but so Aurora is free for the picking. Not sure if they want to go for it so soon,
mhm,
so early on. But that Khalid, I have to say, I wanted him to be picked, right? Pretty good in the EXP, really tanky. You can play him as a tank or you can play him as a damage dealer as well. He is very amazing at diving into the back lane. So I like that pick here. Now, two more picks from the side of Tri Brawl. You're going to see the Valentina as well as the Gatot. So Valentina here, she can just steal that Aurora ultimate up. So I think that's good picks coming in from the side of Tri Brawl.
Yep, I agree with you. Valentina, she is a bit of an evergreen mage considering the way her kit is designed to be. Her ultimate can easily utilize the enemy opposition's ultimate and make it beneficial to her team. But Valentina being picked early on, it is also a little bit of a double-edged sword because the enemy opposition knows you're going to steal, and right now they're going to be carefully picking their heroes, making sure that you do not get the desired ultimates that you wish for. So, just like I said, a double-edged sword, and they're responding with a Hayabusa as well as a Claude quite early on. But at the same time, I think Claude deserves to be a priority pick in this meta, especially considering the manaless update that came in. Don't you agree on that, things?
True, true. I mean, he did get a bit of changes in his kit, right? That mana was removed. It was pretty annoying. So they
Hmm.
removed it up, they replaced it with energy. So now he's very viable in that gold lane. But I'm a bit worried for the side of team Divine Regime here, right? They've showed their draft. It's out in the open. Look at that. We know Claude is going into the gold lane. We know Hayabusa is going to jungle, and we know Khalid is going to go into the EXP. So we know their draft already. We know what they're going to pick up next, right? A tank and a mage. There's no flex picks coming in from their end. Meanwhile, though, the side of Team Tribal here pick up the Melissa. Not in the meta. I would have preferred a Lunox, but they banned that out instead.
Yeah, but I absolutely agree with you. They had the Lunox open in their arsenal and they did not go for it. I mean, in this game, Lunox could be perfect. She can easily, use her Brilliance ultimate to escape from the Khalid's assault as well as Hayabusa's Ugi Shadow Kill. Not to mention God's Blazing Duet, one of the highest damage dealing ultimates in the game. But instead, they went in for a very vulnerable marksman. Melissa is not bad. She is good. But actually, Claude low key counters her because he does not need to go inside of you know the ultimate, the domain that she creates. He can just stay out of it, use his blazing duet and take her out. So I think a little bit of an odd pick also quite early on, considering the opposition already has the marksman, the divine regime locking in that pod. I expected to see, what you said, a Lunox, but instead a Belleric ban coming in as well. Very, very interesting draft combinations we're seeing here. What's your thoughts on this, Riting?
That is true. They banned out three tanks. They banned out the Hylos. They banned out the Tigreal. From their own end, even though they need those tanks, right? I think they're going for that Matilda pick. I think they're going for that utility. They
Oh,
want a lot of dashes in their team. They might just pick it up, right? That's what I'm expecting from the side of Team Divine Regime here. Meanwhile, though, like we were talking about, there's something we need to notice here that Gato Gacha with that vengeance here, Ray. He's going to be whacking back that Claude just as much as he whacks him.
Oh, and I think we just got our questions answered why they bent out these state ranks because they want to pick up the Hook Master, the Franco from Sojen. From the side of Divine Regime with the Kadita coming in. It's been a while I've seen a Kadita on these tournaments. Usually, she was all the buzz back then. I think a few seasons ago in the MPL, she was the roamer, she was the EXP, she was the, even the mage, even the gold laner. She was everywhere, but there was a fall from grace and she was not seen anymore. But it is nice to see that in this game we'll be seeing some tidal waves coming in from the side of Divine Regime as we have finally finalized the draft, the Minotaur being locked in from the side of Tribrawls, and both teams are looking quite good. But although I kind of really am biased a little bit towards the side of Divine Regime, especially because they have a really strong EXP laner, Khalid, but I wouldn't undermine the Gatot Kacha, both strong EXP laners in the meta. What do you think of these things?
That is true, but I have to say I lean towards tribal here. Look at that, Julian
Mm-hmm.
Jungle coming in from there, and they
Mm-hmm.
have the Valentina, they have the CC with that Minotaur, and then they have that Gato Gacha as well. Just to follow up, right? He's gonna be amazing in this team, especially with that Vengeance. I do have to say something about that. The mage pick from the side of Team Divine is means something new, but we are into the game, guys. Meanwhile, though, while the teams start the blue buff and the red buff, whatever they want to go for, download the game. Download MOBA 5v5 from the Play Store. It's available and join the tournament, Northeast Cup. This is gonna be Divine Regime versus Tribe Balls on the red side. And now we see a 4-man, cleaning up the purple buff there.
Yep, they are trying to help out the jungler as soon as possible because Julian really needs that level 3. Before that, his jungling speed is quite low, so they are just trying to help out. On the top lane, we are seeing Franco and Claude waiting in for the ambush, but I think Franco will just be backing off because he decides that Melissa will be playing the safe side and there won't be any hooks coming in. He might be going in for the red, but let's see what decisions they could be making. Oh, the
Ooh.
hook, the first hook missing in. I thought it almost connected, but anyways, both junglers patient, taking their buffs peacefully, and only time will tell what engages they would be going for, a pickoff or not.
That is true. I mean, Franco giving a bit of vision, jumps right into that. Julian escapes with just a sliver of HP. Julian does not want to take that risk, provided, Kadita was waiting in that bush for him. So good thinking. I do have to say, though, Franco, probably a comfort pick from the side of Team Divine Regime here. A bit of a skirmish happening in top lane. Hayabusa does go in. Franco, small hook, but they're going to have to retreat.
And the first blood actually goes on to the side of Divine Regime because I thought it could be, the Oogie Shadow kill being used quite early on. Hayabusa might have been the priority target, but no. Despite Julian having that early advantage with the level 3, powers scaling, but he was still taken down. Really bad trading. Oh, a hook coming into Melissa, trying to render her useless. Raren already onto the domination as he is 2-0-2. Things are looking absolutely amazing for the side of Team Divine Regime as they're showing their dominance over the side of Tribrawls. And is this going to be another one-sided game? Because if you look at the score, it looks like it jinx.
That is true. I mean, we're still too early to decide, right? First turtle is up. We're going to see a skirmish here. Julian ready to, steal up the turtle there. Karita goes in.
Oh, Gatot Kacha diving in with his ultimate, a flicker hook coming in with that bloody hunt. Khalid is taken down. The turtle up for the grabs. Hayabusa is looking for an opportunity, but I think he will not be able to take it because he exhausted his shadows to dodge the Gatot Kacha's ultimate. I think that ultimate from Gatot was really well timed because he was able to zone out. Oh, look at the top lane. I think Melissa should have just recalled, and did she pay off with her life? Minotaur is into the scene. Will he be able to take down Claude? Claude doesn't have the second skill, but Franco is already into the scene. And just like I mentioned, I think that was a good of a trade from the side of the team Tribrawls, and they are kind of making a little bit of a good pace,
That is true, but I have to say, Matilda though, not Matilda, sorry, Melissa, not having a good day in the land of dawn. She is staying on 0-3-0. Her goal lead is nowhere, right? Now Minotaur is going to babysit her a little in top lane. I think she needs her. She's getting bullied in top lane right now because
Hmm.
Franco's rotation is on point, right? He's everywhere his team needs him. Look at him giving a vision in that bush. Now he's gonna be a 2 versus 1 gank in top lane. Is he gonna land another hook? Not sure.
On the bot lane, the Khadija was it? Oh no, it was actually the Valentina copying the ultimate from the Khadija with the IMU. Khalid looking in a little bit of a trouble as Kacha is charging in, but I think he does. Oh no, he will just recall, take the safe route, not want to be take it down in the top lane. We might be seeing an engage onto the Melissa, and this is what we were discussing in the draft phase. She does not have any form of immunity skills, and look at that, she is just vulnerable to 4 people. If Oh, Garukacha also coming in with his ultimate, but Khalid will just be flickering away. But Jinx, we were discussing it. Melissa, she is a marksman that requires to be babysitted constantly until she can get the late power spike compared to, Lunox. And I think they are paying for it. Oh, an engage. And oh, oh, killing spree for Raren. But anyways, what's your thoughts on, the Melissa being
Ah.
ganked so much?
I have
Oh,
to say, meanwhile, though, another gang coming in here in top
oh
lane.
my
This
god.
time, Valentina, in the disguise of Franco gets taken out there. She stole that ultimate. I think that's a good
Mhm,
ultimate to take away.
mhm,
But she needs to get close enough to actually land that
mhm,
those stunts, but it's not working out for
mhm,
them, especially for Melissa. Right? We're
mhm.
talking about Melissa. She needs some help. That Minotaur better notice her in top lane because she's struggling. She's struggling hard. I think she barely has any gold.
Yeah, I think she barely has enough items, just like you mentioned, the second turtle already being, taken without any contest, and Khadija trying to make a play with the tidal waves coming in, taking down the Minotaur. Gadotkacha forced to use his ultimate. I think he should have used to escape, but I think he might get taken down here. He's doing a good job with the regeneration, but Raren's damage with the Hayabusa is just way too much. Look at them invading into the blue buff. Khalid charging in, Claude with a blazing duet, diving into the Melissa, trying to take her down, killing spree for the Khalid. Garita coming out of, sorry, it was the Valentina again. It is very confusing when she steals the ultimate. I was thinking she would go for the Franco, but no, she went for the Karita. And this is what, we discussed. You actually told about that all the ultimates from the side of Divine Regime, they're all, nearby, at close range. The engage just does not stop. Divine Regime is still so hungry for kills. Oh my god.
True. I mean, they have no chill, no chill. They just went on and on. They want that blood, right? They want to end the game. And I would end the game too. The goal lane now is severely underfarmed, right? Melissa having a very hard time. Khalid
Oh.
goes in, but she just might be able to escape. But that's a 4-man gang coming in there. She is getting bullied hard here, Ray. I sort of feel bad for her. I feel bad for her.
Oh my god, what is happening in Garudkata diving in onto that Hayabusa shut down. I think that was a little bit of an odd position coming in because Franco already retreated. Franco killing, not killing actually. Franco accidentally hooked that Minotaur into Hayabusa and caused the trouble for him. That was an hilarious scene to see. But just like that, I'm not taking a second to breathe because look at that. They are engaging one after another, every lane from top to bottom. They are not giving us, even a second to breathe. Look at Franco just taunting in. Khalid already into the scene with the sandstorm. Claude with the blazing duet diving in as well. Valentina being taken down. And a double kill for Kirin on that Khadija. Julian looking for a kill. Oh my god, these teams, they are not patient. They want blood. Melissa finally trying to make a play, shut down, but she will also be punished for her aggression. A killing spree for Claude. Oh my god, both teams very impatient and they just want the blood.
That is true. I mean, Hayabusa, meanwhile, gets the third turtle. I have to say, the Claude dealing a lot of damage, right? All that bullying he did in top lane definitely working out for him. And the side of Team Divine Regiment, they know what they're doing this game, right? They're pushing down those lanes, they're taking those team fights because they know they can win. Gutted Gacha once again coming in, lands on absolutely no one. Not sure why he was using his ultimate there at that point, though. Franco is ready for another team fight.
Oh my god, if you look at it, engage so many resources being used left and right. Khalid using the sandstorm to heal himself. Julian trying to make a retreat. Melissa's puppet connecting onto four people. Another hook coming in onto that Minotaur. Gototkacha trying to sustain as much as possible, but there is just not enough damage or sustain. They are not able to take down anyone while their side loses four bodies. Khalid trying to make a little bit of a confident play, but he will just be
Ooh.
flickering away. Oh my god, look at the taunt coming in from Hyung on that Khalid. They know they are absolutely dominating. Jinx, we were hoping that we would see an equal match, but Divine Regime proving us wrong, denying that joy as they are proceeding with a complete one sided play. Look at that Franco.
A bit of a trolling here pulls that red buff way far. Melissa once again gets caught out in top lane. Another skirmish Ray. You cannot breathe this match whatsoever.
Yup, this is not a good thing for a hype caster because every moment is a hype. Look at Claude charging in with a blazing duet again and again, but he will be punished for his overextension. But Hayabusa's stacks on the Sky Piercer really helping him secure all those kills. And right now, I'll take a breather. Jinx, what's your analysis for this game? All I can say is absolute domination.
Yeah, I think we were wrong, right? We were wrong, especially about the Kadita pick. She is doing amazing in this match.
Yeah.
That comfort hero, especially the Franco landing all his hooks, landing those hooks, landing those ultimates right where we need him to. He's doing amazing. Lord is our first Lord of the game. If they get this, they might just be able to end the game because the side of Team Tribal here have no damage, no gold. Um, Another hook, another hook on Valentina this time around though. She has a Kali that which might have been able to escape. But I have to say Franco doing really, really well. Meanwhile though, Hayabusa as well as Claude chunking down that lot, they are ready to end the game here. And I would too with almost like a 12, I mean almost like a 8k goal lead, I would end the game.
Oh my god, look at Franco with the bloody hand, but Garutkata charging in with the ultimate vengeance, popping in left and right, inspires use Claude with a blazing duet. Garutkata being stuck into midst of four people. There is no options left for him. Hayabusa with the Uki Shadow kill. Just like I said, the wind of nature completely nullifies it, and Melissa was able to survive. But how long is the question because the Lord is marching in the mid lane.
That is
Oh
too much in
my
the mid lane,
god.
and it's going to be a 3 versus 5 here. But okay, 2 versus 5 because that Minotaur gets chunked down pretty quick. Might just be able to end the game here because look at the Lord hits C-Ray. I mean, I
Ooh.
think it's over.
Oh my god, I was absolutely, not that wrong because I was expecting the Kadita to make the great plays because after all, she picked it because it was the hero that she most excelled at. Julian is still trying to make a play. Claude charging in with that blazing duet. Kadita with that mega kill. Khalid being taken down, but this doesn't matter. They engage because at the end of the day, the Nexus was their priority as they take this game, eliminating the tribe brawls from this tournament because this is a single elimination.
That is true. That was pretty one-sided as well. They were showing a bit of zeal, during the starting of the match. Sadly, though, Tribal could not sustain the damage coming in from that Claude, from that Kadita, and they definitely could not handle some of those Franco hooks. He was right on point. Meanwhile, though, we're going to be going back to the Castle's deck. We're going to, talk a bit with Smiling here.
Yep, I am right here. I mean, what a match, man. I was actually, wondering this time maybe we might see a 2-on-2 clash. This time it's not going to be a one-side domination, but who let that Karita cook? There's no stopping her and that Franco with that, magnetic hook, I would say. The way he just kept hooking on one-on-one people, making sure he even hooked the buff, pulling out people so harshly. It was actually a very, very good gameplay coming in by them.
Yeah.
That was true. But I have to say, though, Ray smiling, I think what really affected the side of Team Tribal here, that team fight capabilities that they had, right? That Wombo combos just not landing, lot of disconnects, right? I expected to see that Minotaur go in, stop the Claude, then the Gatagucha following him up, and so that, the Valentina could deal that damage, that Julian could come in. That's something we did not see. They were a bit lost, right? They were following the pace of Divine Regime, and it didn't work out right from the start to the end. It was pretty one-sided.
I mean, they
Yep.
had a very good lineup. They had everything in the position. I mean, based on the draft, I actually thought they had the upper hand, but how the team fight situation changes just by not the positioning and missing of heroes. It actually affects a lot on team fights. And even a 0.1 second mistake can actually just turn over the whole game, letting them dominate in the start. Actually, the way they made sure that they are not giving a single chance to them to farm. That Melissa was trying really hard to get the farm. She was in the map, but the damage was lacking. That there was a lot of miscommunication that actually changed the whole game.
Yep, absolutely agree with you. And I think, usually, just like you mentioned in the previous game, Smiling, the draft where most of the game is decided, and it was decided with the Melissa pick because I think they had the option of the Lunox under their arsenal, but they did not go for it because Lunox could have easily, escaped any of the four-man invasion that were happening into the goal lane. But picking that Melissa, a quite of a vulnerable marksman that requires babysitting, which was not happening at all in that game. Melissa was completely dominated. And when your goal lane is, so badly treated, you cannot really expect her to perform that well into the game and getting all those kills from, the Hayabusa was getting all those Skypiercer stacks from that Melissa. He was able to dominate onto the other lanes, and it was just a beautiful execution on the side of Divine Regime, and they will be taking this victory onto their side.
Yep, that was a beautiful victory going in. And this was game number 4, guys. Do download Mobile Legends 5v5 for exciting matches. And let me just remind you guys, the registrations are still open. You can come in and, challenge yourself, your teammates, just to, register and make sure you have a taste of the tournament because it is divine. And once you are in, you will be coming in for a lot of tournaments. So, yep, stay tuned. We are going to be back very shortly with another exciting game.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to Northeast Cup 2024. We are going to go with match number 5, and that is going to be between Team IGN on the red side, between Team Smug Esports going on to the blue side. Myself, I am Itami, and I'm joined by my casters, none other than Scared and Yumina.
Thank you so very much for that, Itami. Really appreciate you mentioning all of that, and I'm really excited to be on the desk sharing this one with you. Specifically, Itami, with you being the host and you being the desk partner. I'm really excited, and again, with the way how the previous few games went and how this one is looking, I can't really contain my excitement to see how Smug will perform against IGN.
I mean, I guess they will be doing quite well, and both of these teams actually will be representing Sikkim. So, myself being,
Hmm.
I am really, really hyped for this match. So, Yumena, give me your thoughts about this.
I for sure am quite excited because yesterday and how all the matches have been going on for, quite a few hours now. I think there have been neck to neck battles, and I think this is going to be one of them because we do know how well IGN has been performing lately into the past tournaments as well as the showcase match that we witnessed quite a few days ago. And I must agree that both the teams are quite strong in that aspect. We just have to wait and see how both the teams, strategize their composition for now, because we have been seeing new strategies coming out by a lot of teams, because this is the Northeast Cup we are talking about. You do not want to miss the chance to be onto the land event.
I mean,
I definitely
that's
agree with
yep.
you, and yep, I guess Team IGN as well as Smuggy Sports both are ready for action, and I can't wait to see Team IGN on some action as well. Personally, I am supporting them, and yep, I will be looking forward to their matches as well.
To be honest, anything could happen in this game. And you know what? Again, Itami, you've already mentioned that you're ready for the games. We might as well just jump directly into the draft as well at the same time, because all the players I know I can see are getting ready. That's basically the part of being in the production crew, ladies and gentlemen. You might not know a few things, but I actually do. So we will jump into the drafting phase of the Northeast Cup. It's going to be Smug Esports on the blue side taking on IGN on the red side as now the draft begins. Itami, I thank you so very much for bringing us into this game. Now, you and I, we're going to take it forward as it's the first ban for Smug.
Well, before we jump onto the draft phase, Cadet, I really would want to mention that both the teams are looking quite strong with their lineup. I mean, we know all the players, we do know how well they have been practicing for the past few weeks as well. And it's not a secret anymore that both the teams have new strategies up their sleeves as well. I'm really looking forward to see some new kind of gameplay coming in from both the teams, since I think they have already researched on each other. I mean, I'm expecting them to have done studies on each other, because you do not want to go blind first into the match. Meanwhile, like I was talking about studying each other, they're just banning out that link for respect right there, Scared.
True, now we've got to hold our horses here a little bit, Humina, because again, the first pan lane, normally we talk about how EXP lane right now is becoming the priority. Now, here's the thing. I've been in talks with quite a few people out there, right? Even the MPL coaches and the MPL casters. And we've all been discussing about the similar fact how Khalid has actually been the one who has been taking over the meta like a storm. The pick rate is up by 400% in the Filipino region too. So I kind of want to see similar strategy or at least similar kind of pick rate of that hero here too. And probably that is one of the reasons why even IGN banned out the Phobius, because now that's one less CXP laner to deal with.
Quite agreeing with you right there. I mean, I have seen a lot of Khalid bans myself coming in the past tournaments as well yesterday. So maybe Team IGN is, looking around to get that Khalid onto their EXP lane, because he is really strong. He has that sustained potential. He has the team fight potential as well with his raging sandstorms. I mean, it's really difficult to deal with him once he has, gotten his upper hand onto the EXP lane rotation coming quite fast from him.
him as well. I mean, one of the best picks on the EXP lane right now, Scared Yet. And right off the bat, they are banning the Ruby as well. It does look like they are trying to, draft around that team composition. Meanwhile, they have left the Hayabusa open still onto the table. They have also left the heavy CC Aurora open, and we do know like how annoying she can be in those team fights, Scared.
She can actually be very annoying, I agree. But at the same time, I'm looking at the Florin ban and I kind of am trying to decipher what might actually be the way to go, right? Because the Hayabusa is open, Khalid is open, Roger is open, you've got Alice that is open. Alice might not be prioritized so early because she's played like a Ruby in the EXP lane, where you want to get that beefy front line, so you have to build up a few more items onto Alice. And I love the idea, Khalid for being first pick by the Smug Esports, but that also means that you are going to let go of the Roger on the other side. Plus, this early
Ooh.
Valentina pick too, I love it along with Edith, because over in that EXP lane, the only other hero that can actually counter the Khalid is either the Edith or the Garot Kacha.
Really well said, and I myself like the Valentina pick coming in from the side of Team IGN right there. In my opinion, I think a really strong pick and a really strong contender onto the mid lane as well. Because once you have a Valentina on your team, it just counters out all of your CC picks that you are going to have on your side. But there is one drawback that I kind of am always worried with the Valentina pick, is that she, even if she manages to initiate, she is a little bit squishy. She needs those front liners for her in the team. Meanwhile, you do have anti on that Edith and respect going ahead and getting onto that bog. Meanwhile, Scared Yet, I would also like to point out that you still do have the Carmilla open. We do know how strong she has been onto the Rome position lately. Would you have to say, do you think either of the teams are going to go ahead with the pick, or they're just going to leave it out and trade it for maybe a Tigreal in that aspect?
To be honest, since the Florin has been banned out, that means there's no Ube composition being prioritized by either of these teams right now. So I think so banning away the Carmilla might not actually be the way to go. And I like the idea of the Julian being banned out by Respect, making sure that it's just the now jungle choke down that's coming in by the side of IGN. They've already locked in their own jungler in the form of Xborg. But here's the thing, Xborg, Edith, both of these are so good flex pick. Xborg for EXP and the jungle, Edith for EXP or the roam position. So even now you don't really know where these two picks are going to go. But for the side of Smug Esports, the draft is quite simple, straightforward. They've got the Khalid for the EXP, they've got Minsatar for the gold lane, and Valir in for that mid lane. Now, there are a few more flexibilities here that could be done. And that's not me, that's the Filipino stats now that are talking, where Khalid can actually be played in the roam position.
Ooh, I like the idea of Khalid onto the roam position. I have seen quite a few matches where Khalid has been really strong onto the roam position. Scared. I mean, you do have a point right there, but I think if you talk about the late game, the CC potential that is going to come in is kind of lacking. If you have the Khalid onto the roam position, if you have taken him out, especially onto the team fight, then it kind of becomes difficult, to provide that heavy front line that your team needs, because you can kind of interrupt, his second skill, his healing ability. So maybe an EXP laner could be better, help the team in the objectives, clear his lane, and then come and dish out that sustain onto the team fights. Meanwhile, a Valir pick is quite interesting in this matter, because I have not seen a lot of Valir being picked up in the higher metas right now. I mean, they must have some strategy going on. Maybe it's for the Edith, the annoying stuns that he can provide with his skill 1 can be really frustrating for Anti to just stand in front. We'll just have to see. And the Matilda being picked off, really strong for their team. The mobility that she can provide to IGN in this aspect looks really strong, in my opinion, Scariot.
It's a full dive composition now for the side of IGN. They just want to go in. There's no way to jump back. So I think so they can finish off their draft with either a Harith into the pick, but that might not actually make a sense because there's Ravi on Minsatar on the other side. So maybe a Claude would be the best pick in this scenario, or a Nathan if they want to secure some good amount of late game. I wouldn't really lean towards Nathan because they've already got a lot of magic damage. So for Smug, they're locking in The Masha along with the Roger. Now that is interesting.
Ooh,
That is very
that
interesting because here's the thing. Either of these three fighters could go in any of those lanes that you think about. Either Roam, EXP or Gold.
Victory is in sight, soldier.
well, they are playing with the minds of the teams and us casters as well. Meanwhile, Aaron going ahead and locking onto that Moscow. Strong pick in my opinion, but scared yet. I quite feel like the early game damage is kind of lacking coming on from the side of Team IGN right now. I mean, they are playing around the mid to late game composition. You have to wait for Xbox to get his War Axe and the immortality to be sustainable onto the team fights, unless respect is able to snowball faster compared to Roger coming here right now. But we do know how scary Roger is once he is able to get that early advantage on his team. Meanwhile, I think the Khalid is going to go onto the room position because we do have a Masha onto the team, looking quite strong for the side of Smug right here. But I think they need to play a little bit careful, maybe try to pick off one or two heroes. But let's just jump onto the Land of Dawn's carrier.
Indeed, as now the drafts are set, everything in place, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the Northeast Cup. The lifelines are on the line for the land ticket as these teams, they take the fight against each other. All five now helping out the Roger, the leash, the orange buff, while the other side is almost doing the same thing, barring Edith. It's going to be Smug Esports on the blue, now moving over towards the top as well, as that's where the rotation of Nob Easy will go. On the other side stands IGN in the fortress in red, where they will make sure that this team is definitely making in that top four. Yumina, an early leash coming in for that Roger. That means over towards the Litho though, they're not trying to take that priority. It's still Respect who will secure it. And it's a Minsatar in the roam position, while Khalid is EXP and Masha in the gold.
Well, I was about to point that fact out. This is quite interesting coming in from Smug Esports. Maybe a new strategy that they have been playing around. Maybe a comfortable strategy they have been playing around. But it can get a... Ooh! The hook was on point right there, but still not early enough damage coming in from the side of Team Smugs right there. But the poke that Mincy is, soaking up right now doesn't look good because he is kind of squishy onto the early game scared. I mean, I'm not really sure about putting the Mincy onto the roam position. They could have swapped it for the goal since you have the Moscow, with those dashes onto the goal lane.
The thing about Minstar in that roam is, in fact, if you can land in those hooks, if you can land those spears, only then it becomes viable. Otherwise, it's absolutely not. Plus, Kimmy on the Matilda is constantly going to poke the other side, including both Valir as well as Ravi on the Minsitar. So you've basically got no other opportunity, just probably to soak up every single thing that's been thrown at you. Look at him, he's just being a nuisance right now. That's how you want to play with the Matilda. But wait a second, fight right now, taking a fight, will be knocked up as well with onwards. But this man with the quicksand guard as well is staying stand strong, which just jumps out of the harm's way, making sure that he's going to survive and not getting caught in the raging sandstorm. Still trying to fight in for that level 4 as Roger jumps in, but the turtle has been secured by Respect, as the mat will eventually try to move forward back. But wait a second, Circling Eagle committed as Aaron joins it from the top with the Spear of Destruction as the lasting insanity catches on to Oxy. And that's the mage being taken down. A big win for IGN.
Man, oh man, really smart gameplay coming in from IGN right there. They baited out the skills for the Khalid right before, the turtle dive come. I'm not really sure why Roger would jump in solo onto that turtle right there. I mean, it did cost them their mage in the skirmish, but really smooth gameplay. I mean, the communication right now is showing on from the side of Team IGN. Maybe the Roger needs to now focus on farming and getting a pick off onto the Moscow, because once you let that Moscow farm, it can be a little bit dangerous to deal with him onto the late game unless you are able to... Oh, Masha poking down Aaron quite a bit, but I think he will be able to retreat back like I was saying. Oh, the Circling Eagle being baited right there, Carrier.
Indeed, they're still trying to take in those fights as again Moscow trying to jump into the action too from the Spear of Destruction as the King's Calling was stopping them, but now it's no longer standing as they get in another pick, a 2-for-0 trade. IGN are just making sure that they are demolishing Smug Esports whatsoever. There we go, another knock-up coming in with the onward. Quicksand guard along with the flicker as well as the raging sandstorm was there, but the splash damage perfect with the lasting insanity into the backline, catching two. As Anti catches both of them, but there we go, Minchitar with the hook. Respect, he is not falling whatsoever as it's the Mathilda joining in the action. Another circling eagle with the Earth Shatterer, and Kimmy is making sure that his jungler is standing whatsoever.
What happening? People from the side of Smug Esports falling down like dominoes. Scared. I mean, they are marking one and then they are going on to the other right before the objective. I mean, a very favorable team gank onto the side of Team IGN. Meanwhile, the lag coming in from the roam position is showing. But wait a minute.
Yeah, indeed. Right now, the chase is still going on as the King's calling, but a flicker King's calling from which himself is what's catching all of them. But a pushback from the Searing Torrent is making sure that Moscow is going to be caught off guard. But again, the healing, the shielding, it's always there. Kimmy with the guiding winds is the man who is not just the myth, but apparently a legend, standing strong. Anti in the bottom. He's just bullying Fied on that Khalid. Fied is basically no longer a beast. He's being butchered by Anti.
Man, they really did shut him down early on from the game, because once you let him free farm onto the XP, ooh, that doesn't look good for Ravi right there, Scariot.
Yeah, primal form being used up. Ravi could eventually be caught too. No more King's calling available for the man as Noobs is going to run away, not making sure he survives. But Ravi blasting insanity into the tower. They really want to get this one big raging sandstorm, catching absolutely no one with the King's calling coming in. But finally Kibi jumps in the harm's way itself and catches the guy. Oh my goodness, look at the damage. That ancestral power that's being brought in by Kimi is maniac. And look at the flicker powered Earth Shatterer catching Fight Beast.
Man, scared. It's just chaos onto the battlefield right now. Kimming doing a phenomenal job, initiating those team fights and then pulling out their teammates right on time, especially which, he has been landing those phenomenal IMUs as of now, and Smug Esports just being choked down onto their base. I mean, what an initiation!
Yeah, look at that. Another lasting insanity onto Ravi as well as again. There's Arwen on the other side. Ashes in with the guiding winds. Thunderclap for the shutdown. Viskrad catches one, but only to be demolished after the next onslaught. IGN is just not stopping another 3-for-1 trade. It's only Respect who's fallen.
Scared. I think I just saw Oxyghost pick up a Sky Piercer on Valir as of now. I'm not really sure why you would do that. You need the anti-heal, you need the glowing wand and the Ice Queen. I'm not really sure about the Sky Piercer.
Yeah, exactly. It does not seem to be the best possible pick right now. And as you mentioned, there's a big problem in the itemization, but right now a big problem coming in for Aaron as the man is just too far forward. Just gets shut down, 280 gold being offered, but there we go, the Circling Eagle coming into the play. There's no way for this werewolf to survive. That's again a good hook landing in, but I don't think so it matters at this point because look, there's no anti-heal and Respect is just getting every single piece of HP of that Firaga armor back by just his fire missiles. Was not even using the lasting insanity because he was caught in King's calling. That's a big problem, Yumina.
Ooh. That's so unfortunate coming in for Smug's Esports, because like I was mentioning, there is quite lack of front liner for the side of Team Smug Esports. I mean, the Ravi is not able to sustain like he was supposed to. I mean, the strategy is not playing out. Meanwhile, the Valir, not really sure if he's being really useful in this team kind of really shutting down Nobi, not getting enough farm. I mean, they are looking in a very bad situation.
Yeah, indeed. Right now, they seem to be in the bad one. But again, look at the constant piece of poking that's coming in from Kimmy. The guy is just playing maniac. He's literally playing maniac. Oh! The safe flicker with the hook coming in. But Respect is still going to survive that. Because guess what? The guy had the Firaga armor up. Oh, okay. finally, Yumina, we are actually seeing Ravi now landed a few good hooks, but do you think it's a little too late with almost a 9,700 gold lead?
I mean, they do not have the item spike as well. They need to wait for that item spike to work in their favor. They are not tanky enough. They do not have the farm. They do not have those itemizations to give them the head-on team fight that they could.
Oh.
But look at that.
That's just a full-fledged burst coming in, and Aaron with a spear of destruction, catching that finish. A big chunky wave in the mid lane, but the timer hits 11 on that clock. All the minions spawning in. No more Raging Sandstorm right now. It is available, but they're not committing for it. Earth Shatterer not catching anyone, but look at where is Respect going. The King's calling in the crystal, in the fountain. That is just nasty stuff. And again, an onwards coming in, trying to catch one. Masha with Thunderclap. One more shot is there, but it does not matter, as the minions are still hitting that crystal, and Aaron is free hitting everyone on the backside. They're still trying to catch in a few more as the Lycan Pounds will finally try to get one pick, but Anti gets shut down. It does not matter yet again, as the crystal gets demolished by the passive of Moscow. The piercing basic attack is what gets it. 20-3.
What just happened, Scared Yet? What just happened? I mean, they snowballed like crazy from the early game. Shut down the Roger. Minsita not working under their own position. Not really sure about that lead right there. Kimmy doing a phenomenal job initiating those team fights, pulling out the team members back. What can you do as an answer to that dive comp coming in from IGN? Scared Yet? Absolutely beautiful.
It indeed was, it indeed. And Kimmy, very well deserved MVP as well with 3, 0, and 17. My oh my. If that's the kind of domination this team is going to carry from the region of Sikkim, you can't even say what they're going to bring on the table in terms of the line event when it's actually going to happen. It was absolutely nightmaric. And Itami, now you've joined us as well. Bro, that was a treat for your eyes. Well, I guess, in this situation now, since Itami is apparently flabbergasted, the man can't even say anything. Yumina, we might as well want to have a bit of a discussion with ourselves with the Minsatar, right? I mentioned about the fact that the Minsatar only works if in case you can land in his hooks. That's the only situation when in roam position you can capitalize on that value. If you can't land in those hooks, even if you use the flicker King's Calling, it's not going to matter because people are just going to walk away from that area. And then again, they've got all the dashes and every single thing. And I think so in terms of itemization as well, there were quite a few mistakes.
I
did see the
with the itemizations too.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and the Sky Piercer was kind of questionable, but an absolute domination came up from the side of Team IGN. I would say the Smog Esports, they did try their best, but even their best was not enough at this point. They were getting humiliated and being dominated by IGN.
I mean, that's more than just a domination, I guess.
Yep.
Well, it was a clear
Definitely.
one-sided match coming in because there were a lot of mistakes in the draft phase as well. And the itemizations, I mean, they could have had a chance if maybe, I'm not really sure about the Walid and the Mincy pick. I mean, I made it clear onto the draft phase as well because you need them to work. And if they don't, then it's just going to be like, I'm not really going to say the word, but that was not it for Team Smug Esports, right? That they had better options for the roam position. They had better options for the mid position. Maybe it could have given Roger a easier time to snowball rather than, having the Mincy and the Valir onto the mid side.
Indeed, Itami, I think so. That's probably the one of the main reasons, right? In terms of drafting itself, that you put the Masha into the gold lane, and then Roger is the one who's actually in that jungle. So you've kind of got a pseudo dive, while Minsatar is type of a hero that really is kind of an anti dive.
Yep, I would say so. And Minstar on the early phases of the game is not that tanky as well. So he needs to be a bit aware of his positioning too, and he was taken out so many times. The Kings, it got so worse to the point that the Kings calling was used into their base as well. So that kind
I
of
know.
dominance came up from the side of Team IGN, and it was not like they didn't try, but I guess on the drafting phase itself, that was where they were lacking the most.
I kind of agree as well. And Humana, again, with how well Kimi was playing on that Mathilda, it was actually very solid, I'll be honest, because his positioning was perfect and he was constantly getting those pokes as well onto both the Valir as well as Ravi on the Minsatar.
Well, I would also like to mention the fact that maybe if they could have switched the positions for the roam with the Khalid, could have been much better.
True.
Because he's a little bit better at sustaining onto the roam position. Let's be honest. And Minsithar onto the goal lane. Once he has farmed up with the Trinity build, he can just jump in, dish out the damage,
Mhm.
and just retreat back. That's all your team
True.
needs because you have the Raging Sandstorm, you have Valir to give out those disruptions, you have the burst damage coming in from Roger. I mean, that could have been a bit better for their team in this, team composition. But I think that was a little bit of mistake coming in from the side of Smug Esports right there.
I agree because Itami again, it just seemed like here's the thing: Roger, Khalid, Masha, all of them are the ones who kind of want to dive onto the enemy backline, and specifically Masha needs a flank angle. Masha needs an opening, and only under those circumstances can you actually find a good value with a thunderclap by catching the enemy gold laner. But that just did not happen because let's be honest, Aaron was apparently free farming on that Moscow, and he had priority in the rotation as well with the Spear of Destruction, if you remember during the first turtle.
I definitely do remember that. And as soon as that spear of destruction was connecting in there, Aaron was able to dive in, not just able to dive in, but he was able to get those skills with that SOD too. It's just was not initiations as well, but he was able to dive in onto that game and he was able to contribute to the team fights too. And that is why the gold laner was on such a lead in terms of the gold lead as well as on quite contributing onto the team fights well as well. Meanwhile, the Valentina, which was able to like copy the King's Calling for himself, and he was able to disrupt the enemies coming up, the dashes coming up from them. So the IGN were quite an advantage, and as well as that Matil. As soon as he dived in, the Edith followed up. There was the disruptions came up, and they were not able to do much because of that.
Yeah, I kind of agree. There were a lot of disruptions if you really talk about it. And again, at the same time, it was. Yeah, I've been mentioning it time and time again. Kimi on the Mathilda was doing a lot of damage, plus also was just disrupting those entire plays that were being made on the other side. But the credit needs to be given to Witch. He was super solid on the Valentina, making sure that every time it's not just the King's Calling that he's copying. Sometimes it is the King's Calling, sometimes it is the full form of Roger. And in certain situations, he's like, all right, I'm just going to take the Raging Sandstorm, make sure I get that CC in, and then I run out of the harm's way.
Definitely, and
To the point where I saw him copying the Valir ultimate as well, scared yet, and I am like, that's quite
I'm done.
smart because the movement speed that it provides, that can come in handy. I mean, I'm not going to lie about that.
It's a purifier. It's
yeah,
basically a free
yeah, it's a
purifier for you.
purifier. Yep. If you are getting hooked up and if you are in need of the purifier, then definitely you can go for the Valira, but I would not recommend it, honestly.
Sounds like a good theme of an advertisement if you want to do. And the title is basically going to be "Else that you should not copy on Valentina." But all right,
Yep.
all right. Itami, I guess now we might also have a few announcements that we would want to do, right? You are the one who basically is the host, so you take it over, man. You're the one who knows the flow.
The announcement is, I would say, if you have not downloaded the game and you are like still wondering about downloading the game or stuff, then you should go to the Play Store and download Mobile Legends 5v5. There is an anniversary event going on with the Akai skin
It's updating.
going for free right now, and there is also the Kagura skin coming up for free, and there are a lot of freebies. And like right now, Vistas are being really, really, really generous for the freebie players as well. They
Hmm.
have some epic skins too, so you can grab it as well.
True. I mean, that's
Also, if you wanna
mhm.
try out the ultimate copying from Valentina, you have to download the game from the mobile.
Yeah, if you basically want to become a Valir in the battlefield while also playing a Valentina, by the way, that collector skin was actually very pretty. You have to download that game whatsoever. But I 100% agree. Again, coming back into the similar scenario of how amazing the growth has been for Mobile Legends 5v5 specifically. The community has been growing at a very fast rate, right? And you kind of want to keep that up. So, ladies and gentlemen, you know that there are a lot of events happening side by side in the game, and there's this very fun anniversary event. So, make sure you download the game because that's exactly what I've also done. It was updating right on the stream in front of you as well. And I know Yumina, Itami, both of them are as well of a big Mobile Legends junkie as I am. They're funky over the game. We can see with the hair as well, every single time just focused on the screen too. But coming back into the current matchup that has happened and all the matches that have happened till now, you've been a part of the entire series for a lot longer than me. I guess the competition is something that has actually increased as compared to what it used to be previous to this tournament, right?
Man, there have been a lot of
There, there indeed have been a lot of situations where I kind of know what she wanted to say, so I'm just going to
Yep.
complete it. Yes, there have been a lot of good games that we have witnessed, but it's getting even better. Itami, I guess I'm going to throw that same question over to you too. With what used
Um,
to happen before this tournament versus what's happening right now, do you think the level has actually increased? Because I am feeling that.
I definitely think so as well. Before all this Mobile Legends scene and all, there are really good players in India, and they were just waiting for that exposure to come out. And this Northeast Cup is one of it. You still have 512 slots right now, and the registrations are still open, so you can definitely go
Hmm.
take your teammates and register for the tournament, and you can be part of this community as well as upcoming tournaments as well. This Northeast Cup is not going to be just it. There will be further future tournaments. There will be a lot of contents for those content creators as well. Whoever wants to be a part of it are really open for it, and
Mhm.
it's all takes all of those people to grow this community, I would say.
I kind of agree. And again, with the way how things have been going, with the way how things have been flowing, I'm just really excited to be on this one specific boat of Mobile Legends, right? The wave that it's carrying right now and the change that it's actually bringing in the community itself. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you download it because you know that there are a lot of big things happening in the community too. I'm not going to point out every single thing, but the LAN event, there's also quite a lot of guests that are hopping in left, right, and center. Everyone's been working together really hard to make sure that this game prevails. So, you have to do the exact same thing as well, and you've got to make sure you download that game, you do all the events, and you basically enjoy every single thing that we're doing right here while also participating because there's going to be a lot of giveaways too which you do not want to miss. And to do all of that, you always have to stay tuned to the stream. You have to click on those like buttons as well and click on the subscribe buttons. Make sure you hit the bell notification so that you do not miss out on anything. But Itami, again, coming back to what happened in this one previous game, do you think there could have been something that Smug could have done apart from the draft, but rather in game itself to probably win out in the next one?
I would say like there were kind of miscommunications onto the team fights as well coming up from there. I think the main thing they kind of lacked was the synergy. They did try to dive in, try to take those fights, but it was not enough for them. Team Icon had a better synergy. They had a better composition as well, and they were able to take that advantage for themselves, and they were able to secure those objectives to the turtle as well as those lords. And as soon as they got those towers, they were able to initiate such good team fights as well as secure those kills and end the game as soon as possible.
Indeed, that is true. But here we go, Yumina. This was about what happened between IGN and Smug. The next two teams are going to be Tartarus versus Bombastic Side Eye. Now, one of the team has been well known in the community too, a new underdog team that's been performing really good. What are your views for this one upcoming game?
Artist esports have been playing neck to neck, and surprisingly, they did manage to defeat LCF in one of the tournaments. I must point that out. Really strong contender for the Northeast Cup, in my opinion. Scared yet?
True.
I mean, it's going to be a really exciting match coming up yet again. Next one. I mean, you guys need to, let us know who you are supporting and just share the stream with, your friends and everyone who's interested in this game. I mean, you do not want to miss out the action going on.
Absolutely, you do not want to miss out on any of that action. So make sure you share the stream. But I guess, Itami, we might as well want to head on for a very short break before we prepare the next game, don't you think?
Yep, that is true. And we will be heading for the break. We still have one more match to go for the day. So we will be back as soon as possible. Till then, stay tuned.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are once again back for the Northeast Cup round one and on to day two. But before we talk about the teams and the matches, I would like everyone, to go on to the Google Store, download the MOBA 5v5. Also, the registrations are still open for the Northeast tournament. If you think that your team is capable of, beating the teams as of now, but before we talk about the draft and before we talk about the upcoming match, I would like to introduce you guys to both the teams. We have Tartarus Esports and Bombastic Side Eye, both from Tripura. I mean, Tripura fanboys and fangirls. Let's have it on to the chat. But scared yet? What are your thoughts about? We do know about Tartarus Esports, but I would like to hear from you about this new team, Bombastic Side Eye. What do you think? These guys are going to bring on in this match right now.
To be very honest, even I'm very intrigued to see what they might actually bring onto the table, Yumin. And again, thank you so very much for that warm welcome, warm introduction. And again, I'm super intrigued to see what this team has to offer, because we've been seeing Tartarus for a while now, and they have been showcasing their talent time after time. They really like to play that fanny, love to prioritize it. So I want to see some homework from Bombastic Side Eye, specifically target banning a few heroes of Tartarus Esports. That includes the Edith, Khalid, and the Fanny.
Well, really well said. I mean, I was expecting that kind of response coming from you, because we do know that Tartarus Esports have been climbing onto the ladder lately, coming on, from our nation. Meanwhile,
True.
Itami, you have been casting a lot of matches, and you have casted a lot of matches for Tartarus Esports as of now. What do you think? They need to change. Because they are aware that they are famous, they are aware that they have been onto the scene and people know about them, people know about their strategy. So what do you think they need to do as of now to come up stronger onto the table, in case Bombastic Side High has done their research onto the team?
I guess they should be working more onto the synergy, but we have seen Tartarus Esports being quite dominant on previous tournaments as well. Onto the previous tournaments, I've they are at least top 8 or top sometimes, but still something is still not enough for them, and I hope they kind of figure it out this time, and they will be going up against a team I haven't heard much about, but the meme Bombastic Side Eye, they will be going up against them. And I'm really hyped up for this match, and I hope that this is not going to be a one-sided game. I am really excited to see both of these teams cheering each other's out, and I hope we will see some competition coming up from both of the sides of the teams.
Well, I do quite agree with you. Really well said, Itami. I mean, really strong teams, both sides. I mean, we'll just have to wait and see how the team plays against each other. Both the teams are ready as of now. But before we jump onto the ban phase, Cadia, do you have any advice for not maybe Tartarus Esports, because they have been playing really well as of now, but what about Bombastic Side Eye, because they must be nervous. Because this is
True.
maybe their first time playing against Tartarus Esports, quite a big name. Everybody is bound to get nervous. So, what would you like to, offer them as an advice?
I'll just say one thing: do your own thing, enjoy the game, enjoy the vibe. Result does not matter, the journey does, and that's what we are here for.
Well,
Definitely.
ladies and gentlemen, that's a really great advice coming in from Scadet as of now, but I'll stop yapping for now. We'll go and jump straight onto the draft phase. I'll leave you, Scadet and Itami, both to, entertain our viewers and take us through the match.
And with that, thank you so very much, Humina. Yes, as you mentioned, we are jumping into the ban phase, ladies and gentlemen. Tartarus on the blue side, taking on Bombastic Side Eye on the red side. Itami is the man who's joining me on the desk, and my name is Scary Ed. We are here to journey you through this beautiful wave of a lovely cruise of Titanic. Let's see what's going to happen, as the first two bans are a Ruby and a Hylos.
Yup, they are just going with those regular bands, I would say, the Ruby and the Hylos. They are either banned or picked, so I would say that is pretty much of an expected bans. We are yet to see the ban coming up from the side of Team Tortoise Esports, and I am hoping that is going to be another meta hero coming up from them, and it might be a Harith or it might be an Edith as well. There are so many options right now. Even the Phobius, even the Khalid, that, like you previously mentioned, and even the Matilda getting banned out. And after this patch, Matilda has been quite buffed. She has got some more of a range right now, and her adjustments have been rising up. Because of the adjustment, she is rising up to the picks as well. So by far a viable ban, I would say.
Indeed, it's a viable ban, and again, with the amount of destruction Matilda caused in the previous game, it's kind of understandable too. Tartarus would want to just ban it out. Plus, it also shows that they're not really interested in facing a composition that kind of likes to play in with that full-fledged dive. Because again, we have seen all of these players play really, really well, specifically Dark onto that EXP layer, and he kind of likes to use the Phobias too, so it has been banned out. But there's also an opportunity of a Khalid, there's an Alert, there's also an Edith that he likes to play, but a Chip be next ban, I'll be honest. So we've seen a lot of blue teams banning out the Chip, while yes, it's understandable, they don't really like to play, but the amount of utility that a Chip brings on the table, specifically if you're on the blue side, not just because of how good he is with that shortcut and in the battlefield itself, but rather in the draft itself, as now you kind of force the red team to ban out the Chip, and then you've got the possibility of directing the conditions of the draft. Enemy ban out the Chip, a few of your heroes are left open, you try to prioritize a few, like right now the Ling is left up. So I think so we might possibly see a Ling or a Fanny pick coming in by Tartarus.
Yep, I would say these are the expected bans, but the Jushin getting banned, she got kind of an adjustment onto this patch. I would say she got adjusted, but I don't see her much on the ban section like she was before, as soon as he was released, he was either banned or picked, and Jushin getting banned, they don't want to deal with that. Meanwhile, from the side of Team Tortoise Esports, they are immediately locking the jungler. That is going to be the link, followed by the mins that are coming up from the side of Team Bombastic Side Eye, and I guess they will be locking in the Khalid. Okay, that is quite kind of like they have the fighters, both fighters picked up, and we are yet to see where this Minsitar is going to go, because I am expecting this Kali to go to the EXP lane mostly, but get it, as you mentioned it before, and onto the Philippine scene, we are seeing the Khalid picked up as a roamer as well. So I will say this will be something quite worth to watch.
Someone's been listening to me. Yes, the Filipino pick rate for this Khalid has increased drastically to 400% of what it normally used to be. But again, we're going to be locking in the Edith with the Angela. I love the pick. I mentioned to you, right? It's going to be either the Alert or the Edith in that EXP. If not, then the Khalid. But since Bakugo was the one to lock it up, therefore, there are only a few options that remains in the hand of Dark. Plus, you've also logged in this Angela. I like the way how Tartarus is drafting right now, because the Edith is a flexible pick. Angela is technically a flexible pick, either in the roam or in the mid lane. You only have shown one card, that is Ling. While on the other side, a Suyu being logged in.
Okay, that is quite something interesting, I would say. Suyo, after he recently got released, he is played onto the EXP lane as well as on the jungle, but mostly we do see him onto the jungle night right now. And you mentioned this Angela pick as well. This Angela is either going trainer or as a roamer. So we are yet to see the ban coming up, and that is going to be the Vexana. I guess they are like Team Bombastic side are kind of thinking like this. Angela has the less possibility to go to the mid lane. So they will be just banning the mid laners. That is going to be the Vexana. And I am hoping I do think they will be banning out either a roamer or a EXP laner from the side of Team Bombastic side eye. So we gotta wait for it.
I'll be honest. I mean, you've already got a good amount of magic damage with Dark onto that Edith. Now, since he's the one who's picked the Edith up, that means it's definitely going into that EXP lane. But that's us who actually knows that, not Bombastic Side Eye. So that's one thing. They're now focusing down on towards those gold laners. I mean, it's understandable. Some heroes that can actually cause problem onto your backline. Plus, I did mention it, right? that Tartarus does not like the enemy playing a full dive composition. So they just ban out those heroes majorly that are very heavy divey, and they kind of try to play on towards that anti-dive. Moscow now being banned out too. I don't quite get it, because Moscow is really good in terms of the rotations because of the Spear of Destruction, but in front of a Khalid, Suyu, and a Mensithar, I'm not quite sure if that would actually be the priority pick.
Yep, as well as the Moskov getting banned, they have targeted the gold lane. They should be aware of the possibility like Edith can go to the gold lane as well. By far, if you ask me who's drafting, like drafting as well as the bans, I like it better. So I would definitely say Tortoise Esports, but I don't want to see, I don't want to be the one sided kind of, I don't want to be favorable to Tortoise. I do know they are a strong team, but still, we are yet to see a pick coming up from the side of Team Red. That is the bombastic side eye. And I am hoping they will be picking up something that has been quite valid as well
A
as good on.
mage.
Yep, and actually, a mid laner
Aurora.
is picked Aurora or okay, a Zask. Zask, he got nerfed pretty bad, but he is not that bad. But still, rather, I would have rather gone with that Aurora, and that is just my personal opinion. But still, going for the Zask is quite okay, I would say.
No, it's not exactly, I'll be honest, because an Aurora is basically an anti dive mage that can survive for herself because of the frosty winds that you have. So you can basically stun up any assassin, you can freeze them up in one place, and then you can use up the frigid glacier onto your own self. There's no other mage that can actually do it. There's only Aurora who can do it. So if you dive an Aurora, you're basically getting picked off whatsoever right then, right there. So that's one of the most important part, and you could say the strength that an
Oh,
Aurora
okay.
bring in. Yeah, exactly. It would have basically countered Dark, Kevin, both of them who'd want to jump onto her. But right now, Daichi onto that Zask. He will eventually try to get the mid priority, but this Angela Grok combination in the mid is going to
Oh
make sure that they clear the way
no.
fast, and Dark is in the EXP.
Yep, and this Grok is going to be really, really annoying. That's all I can say for now. Because his mana adjustment, the recent mana adjustment, you can literally spam your walls, and you don't need to go back to your base for those recalls. And he doesn't have his mana, and he can quite delay those minion waves as well. And he can be quite vulnerable. He can even like dive into the early phases of the game for the jungler. He can be quite annoying to that Suyo, but a Kaja pick coming up from the side of Team Bombastic Side Eye. So I guess in terms of the draft, in terms of those picks, I would say Tortoise has the better advantage, but we are yet to see some action coming up from both of the sides of those teams. So we are yet to see who is going to be the advantageous and the winner of this best of one series. So we are diving in onto the land of dawn. This time it is going to be Tartarus Esports going up against Team Bombastic Side Eye.
Indeed, as every single player gets ready and they all are putting their boots up, because this is the time when you tie your shoelaces and you run as fast as possible. You've got to be faster than your opponent. That's exactly where both of these teams are good at, ladies and gentlemen. For one last time tonight, we are jumping into the land of dawn. Tartarus taking on Bombastic Side Eye. The previous game was a domination, but this one could be a much more closer play, as both of them will dive deep. Now, here's the thing. I mentioned about the fact, Itami, that we might possibly see Tartarus facing a bit of a problem in terms of that magic damage, as now, again, we're looking at the rotation of both the junglers. They're starting on the southern part of the map. They will move over up top. That is, gold lane will become the priority for both of them.
Yep, they are just trying. I guess they should be just trying to focus on to their neutral objectives for now. Try to get level 4 as soon as possible until the next turtle is gonna spawn. Onto the golden, we are seeing the Mincetar actually going to the gold. Grok is being quite poking in there. He should be forced to retreat, and he is able to do so for now. Sunio is trying to get some vision onto there, and there were 3 people actually onto the mid lane, and still Carry is getting quite poked up by the Mincetar. He is not able to do those aggressive plays right as of now. But okay, the Kaja will just be retreating. They will just be getting the boots, and they will just be farming for now.
Indeed. -1 is still there. They might as well want to jump onto Kevin as he's pretty low in that HP, but still will run away with the retribution as well, trying to secure a few creeps. Level 4 or Ren already. He wants to try and take those fights, but it seems that it's going to be a disengage.
Yep, and I guess both of the junglers are already level 4. Yeah, no, they are not yet level 4 yet. Actually, Suyo is the only one who got level 4, and the turtle will be spawning onto the next 19 seconds. So I guess Team Blue should be on a better position to be contesting for the turtle, and they are getting those visions as well. Both, by far, both of the teams are doing.
Seems
Sunyo
to
might
be
be taken down, and the first blood coming up from that Suyo just now onto that Grok. He kind of overextended, got punished, and the turtle will be spawning now.
a good pick coming in from the side of Bombastic Side Eye. A bit of an overextension from Sunio there. I'm still surprised why he was not using the power of nature near that wall though, but that burst was absolutely insane, and it seems that Bombastic Side Eye will have that control. Again, they pick up this turtle, they can start for that early snowball, they can eventually, oh my god, Sunio, he
Oh
is basically caught in
no!
his own
Oh
wall.
no! He is barely able to escape. Oh my god! And that hook just missed from the Mensitar as well. He almost got caught by his own by his own creation, I would say. And the blue buff. Okay, Ling was able to get it. Actually, I was so panicking for nothing. And Grok is trying to get some vision out there. He is just trying to poke it out. But Sunio needs to be a bit aware because he was already taken off once because of the overextension. So back to you, Skip.
Oh, look at the top with the Divine Judgment coming along with the King's Calling, but the Hard Guard is there to keep Rex safe. As again, Kevin would want to jump in, jumps in with the Finch Boys as well. There we go. Tempest of Blades trying to catch them, but the wall is absolutely disastrous for Tartarus. They can't really chase onto anyone, and yet it's every single person on Bombastic Side are surviving. That's such a big mess up from
Oh
Sunio coming in.
no. Damn. Even though such of a big fight came up, there was no trades. And Team Bombastic Side Eye are quite leading in terms of the goal lead as well. The goal lead is not that much, but in terms of the objective, they already got the first turtle, and the second turtle will be spawning in any time. So Ling should be farming up well, and he should be on a better position to be contesting for the turtle as well. Meanwhile, Minsitar is trying to he might get poked down, but no, he got that initiation coming up from the Kaja as well as the Angela, but by far no trades.
Oh, look at the bottom side is where now Dark was basically being attacked, but being on an Edith. Also running with a quantum charge, he's making sure that he goes actually blow to blow against Bakugo. He's doing a pretty solid job in terms of that too, and now the turtle is also going to spawn in over towards the top. Rex can easily take up his own minion waves as Taichi not using the Dominator's Descent. There's fight that's being set up right now. Ren is going to start onto that turtle though, and there we go. Reg jumping in along with a
Oh,
beautiful wild charge connecting
oh
onto a
my
couple as
god.
the Tempest of Blades comes in with a hard guard too. But oh my god, Ling, Kevin, he missed every single blade. That's a very big mistake coming in, and Dark as well. He's got no rage bar, and the man still tried to jump in the primal form as Sunio will
Oh
fall too. They're
no.
all losing their
Oh
life one after the
no.
other as Ren demolishes them.
Damn.
And Tartarus, that's such a big mess up. 1 for 4.
A 1-for-4 trade onto the second turtle clash, and this is definitely not looking good for the side of Team Tortoise Esports. Team Bombastic Side Eye are pulling off. They are locked in, and they want to desperately win against Tortoise. They are focused, and they want the victory for themselves.
Again, with this Suyu that they're running with, the Blade Surge is constantly connecting it perfectly. So, the man almost got
Oh,
hooked up, but still survives because of the power of nature. It seems that he's facing some kind of
yeah.
trouble though, but again, used up the Guardian's barrier. There's already a Divine Judgment available for -1. He might want to jump in with a Flicker too as everyone tries to go in for the dive with the King's Calling. But look at the backline is where Rek still survives with a hard guard too. Wants to jump in, but will eventually have to retreat because of the zoning coming in by the Dominator's Descent. A lot of resources being used up, but now also the purple will be under the contest. Ren is there. Yes, Kevin will be caught
Oh
in
no!
the Divine Judgment and
Oh
deleted
no!
with the Blade Surge. There's the Earth Shatterer. But what can you do, Dark, as you are
Oh
all alone
no!
and Savage Warrior is just an Angela. He's just a
Damn!
mid lane puppy poom.
Puppy, boom indeed. A 2-for-0 trade coming up from the side of Team Bombastic Side Eye. They were able to caught them up. The wild shot did connected from the Grok. It did connected to one, but there was no initiation. There were no teammates of him, and they don't have the goal lead as well. In terms of the itemizations, I guess Team Bombastic Side Eye are on a higher position right now. They have most of their core items, almost not every item, but they have some of their items already done, and the turtle is about to be spawning anytime soon. I guess Team Bombastic Side Eye are on a better position to be contesting for this turtle as well. We might be seeing another team fight coming up really soon. Grok is diving too deep, and Khalid will be forced to retreat. The wall coming up from that Grok, causing no damage. There comes the wave of dives from that Khalid, trying another dive, and Angela trying to save that carry, but no, Angela as well as that carry will be falling off, and that turtle will not be will be another uncontested turtle for the side of Team Bombastic Side Eye.
Indeed, they'll be taking every single thing, but Dark on towards the top. Well, the man seems to be in trouble. The Charterer definitely does come in, but Kevin will finally join into the action too, trying to catch Zed there. The flicker from both of them, but that one extra basic lands in perfectly. And Kevin eventually saves the life of his pal. Dark will go back. He will survive. There's still Tempest of Blades available, but no Retribution as Sunio used the Wild Charge to just stay alive. That is such a big problem. The Zask in the hands of Daichi as well. He's doing such a phenomenal job to zone the other people out. And there's the Raging Sandstorm. Bakugo easily going back. Itami, it's already 8-minute game, a 5,000 goal lead in favor of Bombastic Side Eye. The Ren is just farming on the Suyo. No one's there to stop him. The blade surges are perfect. And Rekt, he's going 0-1-1, but he's the only win condition for Tartarus now.
Definitely, and they gotta pull this off in order to be surviving onto this tournament as well. I would say, I think definitely the odds, the favorites for Tartarus Esports in this game, but by far we are seeing an absolute Tempest of Blades has been used by the Ling. He will be forced to retreat. He shouldn't be initiating a team fight. A wild shot just came up from Grok, and a follow-up. The waves coming up from that Khalid once again. He is trying to initiate, but it will be taken down onto the process on that top side. But Suyo with the monster self, and Bakugo might be taken down. He will be forced to retreat, and Ren almost get that kill onto that Ling once again. They are leading in terms of the objective, and it's almost 7k goal lead right now.
Oh, what a beautiful hook coming in and through the Guardian's barrier as well. Sunio, my man, is basically just trying to cage his own self in those situations. Sometimes he might want to just ask the question, why am I the only one who's always up in front? If you know, you know. But wait a second, Bakugo trying to jump in. Could eventually get him mobilized though, but maybe not, as there comes in the re-engage with the Raging Sandstorm. They want to catch in a few more people, but there we go. The Earth Shatterer onwards, and the Primal Form. Dark still tries to go in for the attack, but it does not matter as they're tanking everything though. Rekt is the one who actually gets the shutdown, but a double kill for Ren. 8-0-4 onto this guy, and Super Z catches all the other people in the King's Calling. Tartarus, they are gonna lose their top tier inhibitor at least, because Kevin, oh my god, run, my boy.
You gotta run, bro. You gotta run. And Kevin is able to escape. That was actually, I guess it was a 4-for-1 trade for the side of Team Bombastic Side Eye. And this is going to be an uncontested lot for this side as well. Ling won't be able to contest this one. He doesn't, I guess he doesn't even have his blue buff. Yes, he doesn't have his blue as well as his red. And this Lord will be going for the side of Team Bombastic Side Eye. The Lord is yet to be marching. And if Team Bombastic Side Eye are able to sing those lanes and will able to make a proper initiation, then it would be pretty much over for the side of Team Tartarus Esports, unless they make a really good miracle play and a really good follow-up comes up from them.
Seems to be the case. Sunio, in the meantime, though, just getting scouted out in the bush. As I mentioned, the win condition is going to be Rekt. 1-3-1 on that carry. Finally picks up the Demon Hunter sword too. So he will be doing out the damage. But who is going to finish off Daichi and Ren is basically the main question. Leaving this Suyu open was a big problem as now the Lodge marches in mid. Oh, what a beautiful hook coming in. And this is what I always talk about, but a good amount
Oh
of damage to the
no.
HP coming in. Bakugo will be taken down as okay. A perfect King's Calling into the Divine Judgment. And with that, the judgment is being passed on to Tartarus as they are losing all the turrets. They are losing their crystal and they will
No, no,
lose
no,
the game.
no.
It is bombastic
Damn,
side
I
eye
die.
closing out the game. Such
Man,
a
oh man.
perfect manner to finish it all off with a Khalid in the EXP and a Zask in the mid while the MVP goes to Suyu.
Damn, what a match. This was definitely not on the cards of Tortoise Esports. They definitely did not expected this outcome to be happening, and they were not able almost anything onto this game. They did try, but trying doesn't even matter at this point. An absolute humiliation coming up from the side of Team Bombastic Side Eye. And damn, I was expecting Tortoise to be the favorites for this match, but I was like, I'm so wrong about it. Team Bombastic Side Eye, definitely a team we should be watching out for the next rounds as well.
Indeed. The team just made sure that they are the ones who are winning in every single front, right? They took control of that EXP lane because again, Khalid wins it out against the Edith. Khalid is, apart from the Phobius, Khalid is the next best pick in the EXP lane. Winning it out there, rotating, then having the priority in the mid lane as well. Even though there's a Grok Angela on the other side, there was some small mistakes being made by Tartarus, but Bombastic Side Eye were doing such a great job in punishing them and trying to capitalize on those mistakes. That's exactly what we always talk about. You've got to capitalize on your opponent's mistake. Plus, let's be honest, Itami, Suyu is literally a broken hero.
I definitely agree with you on that. As soon as he is released, he is showing his impact onto the Land of Dawn. He is like, if you are able to master this hero faster than others, then definitely you have the upper hand onto these games as well. He can be played on the EXP too, but on the jungler, he was able to do those fast farms. He was able to initiate onto these team fights as well. He was able to get those kills as well as make those retreats. He was definitely the deserving MVP for this game.
Indeed.
And
It was actually, again, I'm just trying to contemplate as to how eventually you can mess stuff up so very well with running a Grok Angela in the mid. Sometimes it kind of gets a bit confusing too, but at the same time, it's Bombastic Side Eye. All the credit needs to be given where it is due. They did a phenomenal job, as I said, in terms of the rotation, in terms of the jungle clear, then all towards the goal lane as well. Because eventually, what they needed to do was to make sure that the Mincetar is not losing to a carry and is there in those team fights. Plus, the walls, the guardian barrier of Sunio was a bit iffy.
Yep. Yep, he almost got it out, almost with his own guardian barrier at one
Four
point on
times.
lane. Yeah, actually, that was the case, and they Tortoise Esports needs to be working their synergy out at this point. They need to be, even though we did see them on previous tournaments, they were quite a really good team, but getting like seeing them humiliated like this, and they gotta put their games out right now. This is a high time for them.
Yes. It seems to be the case as well. But as I said, Bombastic Side Eye just did a phenomenal job in that situation. There were you could just say so many instances where we were eventually seeing certain aspects of the game being used up to perfection. Like how well you were going in for the re-engages with the Khalid. You always talk about that whenever there's a situation where you've got a composition which can kite very well and re-engage, that's where you have to be patient. And it was happening. You have got a good re-engage comp with the Kaja as well as with the Khalid. You kite around them a bit, and then with the Kaja's Divine Judgment play, you make some play happen. And with that, once Tartarus tries to jump in, you jump in with your Khalid and get the CC on as many people as possible. And to try to keep them in that position, you go in with the King's Calling, forcing out the Tempest of Blades, also forcing out the Wild Charge, and then at max what you've got a mid lane Angela, which yes is really good in terms of the support when you're snowballing, but eventually falls off when it comes to damage. Humana, finally you're back as well. I know there are some very dark things happening in the background too, because I know you're sad. It's okay. Don't be sad. Happens.
Well, I'm not really sad. Unfortunately, I have to face some electrical issues, but we'll not
Oh my
let
God.
us stop. We'll not let that stop us from, discussing what just happened. I mean, man, oh man, scared
True.
it in Itami. I mean, that was not expected coming in from Tartarus Esports. We have seen the kind of gameplay they have. We do know their strategies coming in. We are familiar with the team composition. Maybe that could have been one of the lacking points for Tartarus Esports, because we did see bombastic side eye really well researched onto Tartarus Esports. They know the kind of synergy they have. They studied the kind of rotations that they do, and they try to play around that, and then they shut them down. Plus, another thing that I noticed coming in from Tartarus Esports, Scadet and Itami, is that they were heavily dependent onto that late game, onto that carry. Because you could have gone in with, maybe an early game, potentially a Lunox onto the goal lane, maybe, to give that early game damage, because carry kind of, falls onto the late game. And
Yeah,
once
true.
your Ling is not able to snowball, it is just a matter of, waiting. And team
Hmm.
bombastic side didn't let them wait. They took the opportunity, they snowballed, they had the early advantage. And a mid Angela, I mean, there were better options coming in with the Grok, because the kind of sets that Grok has, you need a really good burst, mid lane burst coming in. Maybe a Lilia could have been a better option, in my opinion.
I think
That
so.
might be true. Yep.
I think so. Lilia could have
Maybe.
been a pretty decent option in that situation too. But I don't really feel that it was more of a draft issue, but rather just the issue in terms of the execution. Plus, again,
Definitely.
let's be honest, Atami, Suyu, you leave a Suyu open, those blade surges are gonna cut through you.
Yep. Definitely. And that Suyo, he is definitely either to be banned or banned, considering he is the new hero onto the Land of Dawn as well. And as soon as one new hero comes up onto the Land of Dawn, he is automatically onto the meta. I would say he is a
True.
really dominant hero. Like, consider the Jushin as well. When she was released, she was either picked or banned. The chip as well. So goes for the chip. All to the previous heroes too, like the Nolan and stuff. And I
Indeed.
would say, yep, those heroes will be broken. And I mostly what we see is after they are released, after 1 2 weeks, they got adjusted. They get the nerfs. They get the adjustment. If
True.
the or the expectation from the hero is not enough, then he or she is definitely adjusted. So we are yet to receive adjustment for Tatsuyo as well, and he is
Hmm.
really hero. So yep, definitely going to ban the Suyo would have been a better choice for the side of Team Tortoise Esports.
Yeah, maybe that's going to be the case. But all right, I guess so. That's about it for the entire evening. Yumina, any final few words before we hop off?
Well, the only final few words that I have is, do not forget to download the game from the Play Store, guys, because you do not want to miss on these kind of actions going on. I mean, it's getting interesting day by day. The kind of matches that we are seeing, you want to be a part of it. Also, I would like to remind new viewers that the registrations are still open for the Northeast Cup. You can join in. I mean, we just set an example with this match that your team can be capable of, beating down already existing teams. So if you think that your team takes what it has to, get onto the top, do not forget to register for the Northeast Cup. And I think that will be it for the evening. Gentlemen, I mean, it was great being with you guys and casting alongside with both of you. I mean, it's my pleasure.
True. It's a pleasure on this side as well. Itami, any last few words?
All I gotta say is we are going to be back tomorrow with more actions. Personally, I really enjoyed casting with you as well, Skadiat. You are one of those person I look up to in terms of casting, you and Kronos, and there are other casters as well whom I work with. This is the first time I'm working with you, and I'll be really honest. I've worked with Yumina too, and I enjoy casting with her. I really enjoyed casting with you too. So it was all my pleasure, I would say.
It's a pleasure. Again, the pleasure is all mine. And thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, everyone who joined us today for that action as well, because you all were watching the Northeast Cup. The action is over for tonight, but it's not over for the next few days, as every single day we'll be having some amazing matches which you do not want to miss out. And there's a big question mark as to which top four teams will move on to the land. If you want to know the answer for that, make sure you hit that like button, click on the subscribe as well, tap that bell notification so that you always know whenever the live stream is there, and you can catch all of your favorite casters in the action and your favorite players in the game itself. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Have a good night.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't